out.
Okay.
This message is being live streamed. Okay, got it. Meeting is now streaming live on Twitch. Okay.
Yep.
In that case, good. Well, I guess it's morning in most of America. It's afternoon here in London. Early morning in Atlanta, 9:30. Mind you, bridge players consider anything up to about 11:59 a.m. as early morning. This is the semi-final of the Reisinger border match. 20 teams, all of whom will play 3 boards against everyone else by the end of today. And the top 10 will qualify for tomorrow's final. So this isn't like a head-to-head ViewGraph broadcast. I'm afraid these are 3 board rounds. And so there'll be a lot of chopping and changing going on. We're looking at match between Team Gurley, who with his partner, I think, won one of the big pairs events earlier in the week, and Brian Platnick. The only name we can see is Bocky, who I'm prepared to bet plays for the Gurley team. Gurley, I think. I better stop saying Gurley. With me, Larry Cohen and Al Hollander, both of whom need no introduction. Al Hollander knows every system under the sun, and Larry Cohen doesn't need any because he plays the law of total tricks instead. So good morning.
Well, good morning, David. I'm looking forward to this very special event, board and match scoring. As we get a chance, we'll get into that and some of the strategies. Right now, we can try to see what this auction is up here. I suppose, is there someone who can communicate with the, I guess the names are in, but you might have to refresh the screen here. Is that what we need to do maybe to get the names to come up? Yeah.
Okay, we may have to jump around a little bit just to. I see. So Bocky is actually North Fruscoloni.
East and West are going to be, let's see, Finn Kolesnik, and we're watching the Rosenberg, the Platnick teams, Rosenberg. So we'll get the names up. So anyway, West opened a strong no trump, it looks like, in 3rd seat. Well, he's got 15, pretty so 15. North overcalled, alerted. It's probably hearts and a minor. Now we have something over the screen though. East 3 diamonds was probably spades, invitational, or better, something called transfer Lebensel. South doubled, and West 3 spades is the way most people play it. Is that's the sign off. Like if 3 diamonds was invitational or better, West says 3 spades to show no interest in probably 3-card spade support, but a minimum. But East is going to go to game anyway.
Just to jump in, Brian actually plays with Finn Kolesnik, and Kevin is playing with Roger Lee.
So we have the names wrong then somewhere. There we go. Wow, so East passed, so I'm guessing the no trump range was not 15 to 17. I doubt East would have gone that low. Al, you can probably tell us what that no trump opening showed, but if it was 15 to 17, you would think East would insist on game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a card for the Italian pair.
Well, that's the American, if Kolesnik and Platnick opened the one no trump.
Oh, okay. I'm
So they did well to stop
on the real BBO channels to try and figure out what's going on.
Okay, so certainly they're going to lose ace of diamonds in a rough and 2 hard tricks, and he's going to have to guess spades just to make 3 spades. And it's not clear to guess correctly if North has shown hearts and a minor after North roughs a spade. Declarer will have to decide if their remaining spades are 2-2 or not. Now, this should get a discouraging signal, you would think, because he wants the diamond rough. So even though he's got good hearts, he should discourage. North should discourage. That might be upside down, saying, I don't like hearts. And that way he makes sure of getting his rough. Interesting that North led his singleton. What do you think, David? Instead of with Queen third a trump and Jack 10-9 fourth, I would have led my Jack 10-9 fourth. But then again, there's Garotza's rule: when in doubt, lead the singleton. So, what do you think?
He's doubled three. Sorry, South doubled three diamonds. So I guess he had more reason than normal to suppose that he might get a rough or even a couple of roughs.
Yeah, it's nice when your partner shows something that you lead that suit, makes your partner happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think without it, if South had just somehow supported hearts, he might not have led his singleton with that trump holding, but with the double of the artificial three diamond bit that he's produced, I guess he felt on, the best way to beat this is diamond to the ace, diamond rough, put partner in, get another diamond rough, hope for something.
It's interesting that had he led the Jack of clubs, Declarer almost surely would have gotten the spades wrong on this auction, North having shown hearts and a minor, and he'd finesse into the queen of spades, and then they could get the rough and set it for sure. Now it looks like Declarer's gotten the spades right, so it's a nice result for East West 140.
Yeah, not only did they stop in three spades, which might be enough to win the board on its own, they also made it, which gives them an extra chance. If they judge the bidding just as well at the other table, they may not make. So plus 140.
25 high card points. 25 high card points, you'd expect the field to be game. In this case, the field, all that matters is what happens at the one other table.
Okay, this looks like a different no trump range, so some sort of variable stuff going on. I know there's plenty of upgrading goes on these days, but that isn't a strong no trump. 10 to 13.
Favorable.
Right. I don't know whether they play 4 different ranges or just 2, but Al will tell us.
On my screen, those explanations are blocking out North's hand. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about that. That's better. So transfer. Now, North's double. Let me talk a minute, David, about North's double. When it's a weak no trump, and they transfer, typically what most people play is that double here by North just shows a good hand. It's not hearts. Whereas if it was a strong no trump and they make a Jacoby transfer, double would show that suit, hearts. But when it's a weak no trump, we tend to bid differently. So North's double probably just says, I have an opening bid. I have a good hand.
Slightly surprising for East to bid 2 spades. People play that. That would show 3 card support. You pass with a doubleton. Others play that you pass without a hard stop and you have to bid with one. So maybe East is of that school. Anyway, he bid 2 spades on a doubleton and his South volunteered 3 hearts, which was, well, his partner's shown a good hand, but even so, I guess he had to bid something. And North gave him 4.
Yeah, so North, South. Yeah, they did well here to brush off the interference and reach what's a good game, ostensibly on the spade guess. I think most people might guess it right on this layout. Declare's going to be worried about a rough, but what can he do? He's going to draw trump and eventually play a spade. And 620, I would go 100% that this is going to end up 620.
Yes, it's
just to break in. The latest card we have for Finn and Brian, says they play either 14 to 16 or 15 to 17. So they have not changed their online convention card.
So on the previous board, East West, maybe the window opening was 14 to 16, and they did go low, but maybe when there's interference, things aren't breaking, so maybe that's why they went low.
The operator alerted it as 10 to 12.
Well, that can't be right.
10 to 13.
In fourth seed. Oh, sorry. The operator alerted this one as the previous one.
Yeah, on board 2.
Oh, yeah. No, on board 1, I guess fourth seat. There's not a lot of point playing. I mean, Trump if partner can't open one in second seat, especially. East West had a sacrifice in 5 clubs, did they? I guess they did. Maybe they should have bid the suit at some point instead of bothering with all those spades. If East were playing a natural system, he'd probably regard his hand as a 1 club opening. Trouble would be that doesn't show clubs for a few rounds of bidding yet, so they might still not get the club fit located. But Andrew makes a good point. If they save in 5 clubs, it'll cost less than 620. I'm not sure exactly how many, but maybe only 2, but even 3 would be better than this.
Yeah, it's a very good point. If East opens a club, West is a spade. It's even hard. Let's see if North doubled these. Yeah, I could see most tables finding that sacrifice. So declarer to prepare for the spade guess is going to be counting the points here. He sees East as the ace king on hearts for 7. He's not going to be able to find out much else, but he does want to at some point try to get this right. Well, that he couldn't go wrong, but that was the issue for the declarer.
I think he would think that East didn't have both of the king and queen of clubs. So there was just about room. No, not really. There wasn't room for East to have the ace of spades and a club on it to go with the ace king of hearts. That couldn't be. So I'm sure he would have played the king. But when West played the ace, he decided not to do that, and that was the right decision. Anyway, he made 620, so the first board looked good for Platnik. The second board, not bad for Galley. A, the big game, the opponents got in and opened the bidding and started messing around, but they overcame that. And B, the opponents didn't find a paying save. So 1 good position for both sides. I don't know when we can see the results from the other table, or if ever. But if we can, we'll try and keep an eye on them. Another 1 no trump opening. One of the good things about this range is you never seem to have a hand that isn't a 1 no trump opening. It doesn't matter what you've got. 2 no trump, natural and no, and surely not.
Well, we do have comparisons by looking at the other score tables, David. If when the moment comes, we can mention them. They're both actually done, but let's focus on this one for a minute. So we got to see a 1 no trump opening by East West on all 3 boards.
Trump, as Andrew says, looks like puppet Stayman, 3 clubs, something. 3 hearts, I have 4 spades. And 3 no trump, I don't care.
Sorry, David. It used to be that 1 no 3 clubs most played as puppet Stayman, and Eric Rodwell, who's a great scientist, came along about 10 years ago and decided that it's better to use 2 no as puppet Stayman, assuming you have another way to invite a no trump, because the 3 club bid too often gave away help on the opening lead, the club lead or don't lead a club. So most of the experts are slowly switching to using 2 no as puppet Stayman, but you'll find most of the people who play puppet Stayman still use 1 no 3 clubs to ask.
Well, some results from the other table that Guy's reporting is that on board 1, where East West at this table stayed out of a game and scored 140. That wasn't nearly enough because at the other table, East West bid a game. It wasn't four spades, it was 3-no trump. And I can only surmise that the opening lead was the Jack of Clubs playing sort of border match kind of safely rather than leading a heart from King Jack, because according to what, if I heard what Kai said, 3-no trump actually took an awful lot of tricks. He didn't have all that many tricks, did he? No. Maybe he was down 2, not +2. Anyway, board 2
on board 1. It was a diamond lead with East playing 3-0.
Oh, East was in 3-0. And they led a diamond, so he had a diamond, and then he had 5 spades if he got those right, and then the opponents must have thrown things away because they were fed up, and he got 4 clubs as well, and another trick from somewhere. So, at any rate, he scored a really spectacular 460. That's absolutely amazing. So poor old Finn and Brian Platnick, they did what they could. They wouldn't have scored game if they'd been in it, but crumbs. And
Right,
on
they
board
lost the
2,
second
they
board
not
as
only
well. Yeah.
yeah, the second board they did even better. They scored 460 on the first board and 510 on the second board for making 4 clubs doubled to go with 6. They'll be regretting that this is a board and match event and not an imp event. They'd be about 30 imps ahead after those 2 boards by now. As it is, they're just 2 1-point boards.
Okay, well, this one quickly, this 3-0. Is there any way to show that, Kai, to put the 3-0 back up there? Just for a moment, if we can, then we'll go look around at some other tables. Let's just see what happened in 3-0. And then we'll go look at the other table. Okay, so he got a heart lead. North didn't lead fourth from his longest and strongest because he knew from the auction dummy had 4 spades. So he got a heart lead. And I noticed DeClaire played a spade to the king very quickly, but why not work on diamonds? If he had worked on diamonds, he would have had 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, 2 clubs for 8. But instead, he played a spade to the king and ace. They continued hearts. Then they ended up, I know it was down 1. The play went so quickly, we lost it. Let's see.
Well, yeah,
Can't
so
be
I
good
managed
to
to
be.
get in with his queen of spades when the hearts were established, and he lost, I guess, 2 hearts, 2 spades, and the ace of diamonds, and another 12 imps. He'll be
where he certainly could have
mightily
made
glad this is
3-0.
a border match. So
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to make 3-0 trump. If you win the heart lead and work on diamonds, which, I mean, maybe he was trying to steal a spade trick and then play diamonds, but assuming you just play diamonds, that gets you up to 8. And then you can get the 9th, either playing for clubs to come in, which they do, or guessing spades correctly. So, it's not a lot of people are going to make 3-0 on this deal. And, I guess now, Kai, if we can look and follow the play at the other table on this deal, let's see if they make 3-0. Everyone's going to be in 3-0. Let's see if we can catch up to the play at 3-0 at the other table.
And
so well, let's see if we can see there's been 3 tricks played. It looks like there must have been a same heart lead, and it looks like DeClaire must have played diamonds, which feels to me more normal. Yeah.
talking about Puppet Stayman, I mean, the fact that got used at least revealed to North that East had 4 spades. An ordinary Stayman auction, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3-no trump wouldn't have done. Whether North would still have led a heart, because that's kind of much more the modern style as opposed to a spade from ace fourth, which tends to be frowned upon by the cognoscenti, I don't know, but certainly Puppet at this table made it pretty much certain that North would lead a heart. East didn't have 4 of them, and but he did have 4 spades. So yeah, 465, 10, and 600 for East West at the other table. That's the sort of thing that makes you glad you're not playing a 16-board set.
On the other hand, losing all three boards at board match is pretty devastating
I've
too,
got
to
to
get
say,
0 out of 3. Yes,
it's
at any
not
form of
much of a
scoring.
bright side to look on. I mean, you're not 40 imps down, but I agree, you're not exactly doing well in the Reisinger either. Remember, you need to finish in the top half. So to be a board and a half above average will almost certainly qualify. So 27 boards for the Platnik team to recover, but crumbs. That's a heck of a start for Gurley and his troops.
So here North is on lead, having led a heart. I don't know what kind of a signal he got. It might have been a count signal. A lot of players these days, it's what I like to do against no trump, is on that heart lead and dummy wins it. South, obviously if you can play 30 and high, you do 30 and high, but otherwise you give a count signal. You let your partner know how many you have. And then when declarer works on, in this case, say diamonds, you use a Smith Echo, you play high-low in diamonds if you like the opening lead. Some people play the opposite of that. But so you give count against no trump at trick 1, and then on the second trick, you can give your attitude with the Smith Echo. So if they do that, South would have shown 5, an odd number of hearts. And then on the diamond play, he would say if he liked hearts or not. Now Platnik's on lead, has to decide what to do. Best, it would seem, is just to continue hearts. And then declarer will have to guess how to get his 9th trick. Either guess spades or work on clubs.
I'm sure that if this had been sorry, Larry, carry on.
So that's okay. The club suit's very interesting in that you might think, well, you need clubs 3-3 and that's against the odds, but there are extra chances in clubs like a doubleton queen 10 or queen jack or jack 10 in the north hand. You can get 3 club tricks, except now he's played this in a very strange edge. I find this hard to believe that he has ruined his entries like this. You would think he'd have kept the 9 of diamonds in his hand. I don't know. Maybe he sees something I don't see.
I'm sure that if this had been a team's competition, imp scoring, Kolesnik would probably have gone after diamonds at the second trick. He was hoping, I guess, to slip South's ace of spades, or perhaps that if North had the ace of spades, then thinking from this play, I declare I must have king queen. I'll duck a couple of rounds just to do something with the communications, get a signal. So he was hoping the king of spades would hold whoever had the ace. Because otherwise it was pretty strange to try and get your 9th trick by putting all your eggs in one basket at trick 2. He must have thought a spade to the king was better than a 50-50 shot, because either South would have the ace or North would duck it. Wasn't right on this occasion, but that's the sort of thing that happens at board match. You start thinking, well, everybody's going to be in this 3-no trump. How can I sneak a trick and maybe make 10 later on? I guess that was in his mind.
Well, that's a reasonable thought. And David, even at imp scoring, that might be a reasonable play, to try to, because even at imps, you don't have 9 tricks. Oh, so here Claire has made the losing decision. This was the absolute worst decision, because now not only did he misguess spades and not go after clubs, but the person with the queen of spades is going to have the long heart. So this was the worst of everything for declare. I think it was reasonable to play this way, though. I mean, the only way he was going to go down was misguess the spades, and the hearts are 5-3, and the person with the long hearts had the entry. So this will be a half. This will be scored as a half. 3-0 down 1 at both tables. So 2.5 for the Gurley team out of 3.5 for Platnik.
Okay, so it wasn't as bad as we were fearing earlier on. It wasn't 3-0 and 30 odd imps. It was half a board for Platnik, which
So we can go to one more table, maybe that's still playing, and see how they do in this 3-0. They're playing all the deals simultaneously. So every table will be playing these. Oh, look at that. Forwards doubled, made 990 in this match. How can that be? With an over trick? That was the hand where they're off ace, king of hearts, and the ace of spades. Can we look at that guy, the 4 hearts doubled, and see
wow.
how in the world did they make 990?
Yeah, in the bottom right corner, I can do a little review of it.
Yeah, I have to lose ace, king of hearts, ace of spades. So in the bottom right corner, on the left is the 3-0 trump hand, but we're watching in the bottom right corner. How did 4 hearts doubles by Greco and Hampson make an over trick? There must have been a revoke or something.
It may have been that the operator claimed 11 tricks while the players only had 10. It doesn't matter much.
Yes.
They were in 4 clubs at the other table. And
Right. So it should say 790.
Yeah, no, it looks as though the defenders got their ace of spades and the ace king of trumps. They couldn't. So
Yeah,
then
it's just
somebody
entered
claimed
wrong.
11 tricks, maybe the operator rather than Greco. But he was happier with his 790 would be fine for him.
Yeah, not only did they not find the save, but see now the match we watched, they would have actually lost the board for their 620 if this was their teammate. So you can see on the top right the scores are in this match. The first board, which David, you were so surprised when it said 3-0 Trump +2 in the match we watched. Well, you can see in this match 3-0 Trump down 2 was a push on board 1.
Down 2 was more like it, I have to say. So yes,
right,
+2
so
was something.
It's just the vagaries of this event. We watched Finn and Brian Platnick make 140 in board 1, which they would have won the board against both of these tables, and then they lost it. And the second board, they were minus 620. They would have won the board here, but they lost. It's pretty amazing how much luck can be involved sometimes as to what happens at the other table and who your teammates were.
The other table on this board was not only found a 9th trick, he found a 10th trick. That may have had more to do with a spade lead at the other table than anything else on an auction that didn't reveal that East had 4. I don't know. I guess we can see.
Well, the table we're watching, 3-0 is going to make. It actually can make with an over trick the way we're watching, because North did not unblock the queen of clubs in the position we see here. Wow.
Right.
And Declare is going for the over trick. No, we're seeing 3-0 making 4 right live in front of us.
Okay, yep. I see how it happened.
30.
All right.
Wow. So we watched 3-0 Trump down 1 at both tables for a half, and here now is 3-0 making 10 tricks at both tables for a half. Crazy.
Shall we join a Platnick versus Rosenthal match?
Sure. We're still on the boards
Absolutely,
1 through 3 all over the place, right? Well, Platnick,
no, both
we already
tables.
saw Platnick.
Shall we? Well, it's the next round, so the round 2 has started for the Platnick versus Rosenthal.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, sure. Definitely. Let's go to round 2. It's those first 3 deals. I mean, we're watching the best players in the world, and on every deal, something different happened in both matches. So, all right, so we're on board 4 with 4 hearts by Sal, but we're joining in the middle. So let's see.
Maybe you could put the played cards back up, Guy, and then we can see what the full hand was, if nothing else.
Well, the position we're looking at here doesn't look too interesting. Well, I mean, it looks to me like what we're looking at north-south there are in 4 hearts. They're going to lose the ace of clubs, and it looks like they don't have to lose anything else, because they can trump diamonds and dummy and a roughing spade finesse. So whatever happened so far, it looks in the diagram that in a hard contract, North-South have to lose only the ace of clubs on this layout.
Yeah, they started with ace for fourth of hearts opposite king, queen, fifth, and they started with, well, plenty to make four hearts, and the lie of the cards is pretty friendly. So this, well, after the last match, one hesitates to predict that this ought to be the result at most of the tables, but it really ought.
Yeah, of course, we don't know if there was any bidding. We don't know if East bid spades, but
The auction
you
was a
would just
club by North, a heart by
club.
South, two hearts by North, four hearts by South. East didn't get involved in the bidding.
It looks like at this point, Declare would, I mean, he doesn't know the heart, everyone's following to the heart, so it's a little complicated for him. But you would think he'd want to cash that ace of spades, ruff a diamond, and then play the queen of spades.
Yes, he's got no problem with the actual king of spades being on side, ace of clubs being on side. The trumps he knows about. No, he doesn't know the trumps are 2-2 at this point. So everything.
Kai, do you want to, sorry, back out of this and come back in with the names? Maybe we'll get the East-West names. I think it's Brogelin and
Brogeland is west, and Bakker, I think his first name's is Christian Bakker. Sorry, I forget it. No, not all Norwegians are called Geir. Christian Bakker is east. So Brogeland and Bakker, stalwarts of the Norwegian team. Okay, he's found the trumps are 2-2, so he can afford a low spade just in case first.
Now the queen of spades, roughing finesse. So South, Kevin Rosenberg, that he is the son of some very great players, Debbie and Michael Rosenberg. So he's got some good genes.
He didn't play the queen of spades, though.
That's strange.
Decided to.
Very strange.
The eight of spades. Well, okay. I think the operator may have been speeding up because he probably did play the queen of spades, and then when it got covered, he just played a club and said, "Who's got the ace?"
Okay, here we get to start from the beginning. So North is the dealer. We'll open one spade. I would overcall two hearts. Certainly not vol. I would, if I were vulnerable, I might think twice about it, but I'd probably still overcall two hearts. Would you overcall two hearts if you were vulnerable, David? Over a spade?
I think so. I mean, the trouble is they open the bidding on such stuff these days that, I mean, not just because you would have opened the bidding yourself, but overcalling hearts can be right if they have spades and we have hearts. If it goes pass, pass, double, pass, 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 and we lose the board, okay, I'm sorry. What else should I have? The jack of diamonds, maybe? Yeah, I'd overcall two hearts.
So in standard,
vulnerable in the works.
So South's going to obviously drive to the game. You would think this kind of looks like a nothing board. It looks like a flat four spades. It's just a question of East-West getting their three tricks. It doesn't look too exciting. Yeah, I guess East-West can save though. In clubs, certainly five clubs. I don't think they're going to find it though. No, they're not going to find it.
West can't really introduce clubs. I think East-West are through bidding, so
North might bid 3-0 here. North has sort of hard stop and doesn't have club stop, but it's possible to bid 3-0, and it's possible South could pass very greedily.
Would a match pass have to make 11 tricks? 11 tricks or 6, I guess. He's going, 12 tricks or 6. If they lead a heart, he'll make 5 spades, 6 diamonds, and a heart if they lead a club. He won't make some of those.
All right, so South didn't succumb to the temptation of greed, or
No.
I mean, it wouldn't.
Well, that's not world's most obvious. At this form of scoring, I could understand a guy who passed 3-no trump with those North cards.
You South, yeah, I'll bet at some
South
tables.
cards, sorry, yes,
At
I
some
could understand
tables, it's
bidding
going to
it.
happen. Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
well, this is going to be over in 2 seconds. So one thing about doing this the way we are is this table is going very quickly. When they finish these 3 boards, we'll be able to go take a look at some of the other tables. Can't imagine anything going wrong here, but you know, when you're defending and you see a dummy like that with a running suit, your mode on defense is grab everything. This is that dummy tells you to just grab all your tricks, lay down aces, lay down everything. That's probably an upside down attitude to a clubs, and I like clubs.
Yes,
Maybe
okay.
he
I thought he
should have
might cash
cashed
the
the
ace
ace
of
of
hearts
hearts.
first.
Yeah, to avoid an accident. I mean, because someday he's sitting there with like a singleton queen of spades, and you know the defense has to cash 3 tricks, and you know you don't want West overtaking them and playing another club to try to promote it to make your singleton queen of spades good or something.
Anyway, all safely gathered in at this table, but interesting to see how many greedy 3-no trump people there are.
Yeah, it's a declarable claim now, even 5-0 spades. Whoa, look at that West hand, my goodness. Probably the hand of the tournament. So 7 spades is reasonable.
Yes. Trumps. Wow. It's close to a no-loser hand on there.
Now, North's certainly going to be involved. So the question is to open 2 clubs or 1 spade. I'd actually open 1 spade because it's not going to go all pass, and I want to be able to jump shift in hearts. And I'm afraid if I open 2 clubs and North bids a million something, I'm gonna. I think most would open 2 clubs, but I would actually open 1 spade. And if it went all pass, I would apologize. All right, so North's going to bid a bunch of diamonds here, and I guess it'll come around to West, and West will raise diamonds. Well, South's going to bid North's going to bid diamonds, and South is going to raise diamonds. Wouldn't surprise me if like North bids 3 or 4 diamonds and South bids 6 diamonds, and West might bid 7 diamonds. This looks like fun.
Maybe if North bids 4 diamonds, South should bid 7 diamonds.
Yeah, that would cost West the.
That in spades, you might get the hearts wrong. Might you not? In hearts,
Right,
you don't have an
right.
entry to dummy to get the hearts wrong. But I mean, if South does bid 7 diamonds, then if West guesses to bid 7 hearts, I guess West could make a forcing pass and East could bid 7 spades. That would be some auction.
So if I were North, you might be thinking, well, don't preempt with a good hand, but who cares? You know it's their hand. So they open 2 clubs and your partner passed. So I want to be a pain in the neck. I'm bidding a lot of diamonds, not just 2 diamonds. David, don't you think it's like between just a question of how a big number of diamonds? Yeah, like that.
Yeah, no, four looks about right. I mean, 5 would be not totally out of the question at this vulnerability. I mean, with this distribution, they must have the majors to bid 2 clubs, so surely 4 of a major looks good for them. 4 diamonds seems about right. Double, I don't know how they play that. Some people play that double shows nothing, but others just play that it shows a few values but no suit to bid. And now it's a question of how many south bids.
Yeah, I think it's between 6 and 7. Like, I think 7's the right bid. I mean, you almost surely at this point would, if they're going to bid 6 of a major, you're going to sacrifice anyway. So why not just do it now? And I don't believe in psyching. There's no reason to psych. I mean, I'm just going to take up space. And I like, you could bid 6 no Trump or something if you want, but why not just bid 7 diamonds?
Yes, if he does bid.
Yeah,
only
like
5. Okay, well, maybe he's thinking, hey, maybe if I do that, that's just enough to get him to stop in 5 over major. He doesn't know West has all of that. He may be hoping they miss a slam that way, that they've created enough pressure. So West not only gets to pick up that hand, he gets to put it down in a minute because he's going to be dummy. Or maybe he's going to be dummy. It's a question of what. Strap tail lip double. You can do it. 6.
Well, so East is going to be 6 spade. Well, actually, it wouldn't shock me if North's probably thinking, I wish I could get a club lead, but East is going to bid 6 spades, and maybe South's going to then bid 7 diamonds, having lost his psychology bet. He, like you said, David, he probably bid 5, hoping his opponents might stop in 5. But once they bid 6, it's hard to imagine not sacrificing with that South hand.
Yeah, there may be more from South yet. I'm still a little bit concerned by it all because in spades, you might play North for a singleton heart, but you might not, because would South really do all this? If he had Queen and 1 spade and Queen 3rd of hearts, would he save in 7 diamonds? Assuming he does save in 7 diamonds. He did save in 7 diamonds.
Well, West surely isn't going to double. He's either going to pass or bid 7.
No, he's going to bid 7 spades. I mean, his partner.
Well, his partner could be 1-1 in the majors, but
Well, I suppose he could. Yeah, sure he could. I mean, what's he supposed to do if he is but 7 clubs? No. Anyway, they can't bid 8 diamonds. So is North going to double for a club lead? Or a heart lead, or whatever lead he wants?
Used to be able to sacrifice an 8. I wonder why they took that away. So this doubles asks for an unusual lead. And Declare's still going to have to guess the hearts. I don't know. Was he really going to play North for 2 small singletons, though? I think he's going to guess right, David, because
I think
if North had 2 singletons.
It's a question of, is he going to play South for Queen and 1 spade and Queen 3rd of hearts and save? That again is another counter indication. I think he'll get him right.
Yeah,
but as a worry, I mean, you'd rather be in 7 hearts, because then with no entry to dummy to get the hearts wrong, you don't have any option but to get them right. But of course, why would you end up in 7 hearts unless South bid 7 diamonds and West just guessed he had to bid 7? I mean, West would make a forcing pass. Would he really bid 7 spades?
So
maybe West would pass, East would double, West would bid 7 hearts, and then it'd show that hand. Board 4 was a win to Platnick, and board 5 was a win to
well, maybe they tried the greedy 3-0. We'll take a look after we watch this hard guess or non-guess. We'll take a look.
Boards in the world.
Right. So Kai, after this one, let's go and see why those other 2 boards, because they look flattish to us, but we'll go back. Yeah, we don't want to leave a double the Grand Slam.
Woohoo! So does this look to you like a man who's going to get the heart right?
Well, he's probably just to postpone the agony.
Right. Now he's going to get the heart right.
Because now he's going to think about it. Why not? Why not cross to your hand, lead it, and then think? Because maybe it maybe South shows out or South plays the queen. So that's why he
Oh, I
crossed
see.
through
Then
his
you can stop
hands so that
thinking.
he could.
Fair enough.
Now
Yeah,
he's gonna right now he's gonna think about it,
I understand. Yes, okay.
and I think he's gonna get it right.
So everybody was greedy on board on boards 4 and 5, according to Kai. We'll have a look in a minute if we have time.
Oh, so you think on board 5 they did the greedy 3-0 we talked about?
I don't know.
As
You
much
can
as
actually.
yeah, as much as we want to go and look, I think the audience would kill us if we stepped away from a
Yes,
double
I'm
grand
not suggesting
slam.
we go and have a look now, but
Right, right.
the other table
No.
they scored 680 and 4 hearts on board 4 and minus 300 in 3-0 trump. There was some greed.
We knew there'd be some 3-0s.
There was bound to be some greed.
So a little bit about the
680 and
form of
4 hearts
scoring.
came because
Sorry,
680
David.
and 4 hearts came because I don't know why it came. I guess they well, I mean, they had 3 tricks. They just somehow didn't take them.
So the form of scoring, see, it's a team game, and this deal is being played at the other table of this match by there he is. Knew he'd get it right. I think,
Well,
you know the score for that off the top of your head is 2470.
2470 is that one?
Yeah, so in imp
Oh, yep, so
scoring,
it
it
is.
would
It'll show it
be
in the middle of the
a
screen. The
bigger deal.
computer can probably work it
Yeah.
out faster than I can, but
All right.
I remember it from many disasters.
All right, so we're gonna go look at, okay, we're gonna watch the other table live of this match. Okay, that seems like a good idea, Kai. We'll watch
Yeah, definitely.
live.
Robson and Allfrey against Cope and Pest. That's not how you spell Allfrey, but it's ALLFREY. So this is 4 Brits.
I don't think that the names for this table are right at all.
Oh, I see. Yes, I was going to say, what are they doing playing for? No, this looks like the relic of something else. So it's
Well,
not really
this is the
all Brits.
companion table of the match we were just watching, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but
No.
the names are a bit strange. I don't think either Cope and Fask or Robson and Allfrey play for the Rosenthal or the Platnik team, do they?
All right.
No.
Yeah,
So
this is
Something's
Robson and Allfrey are playing with Leans and Dyson and Plackett and Ericsson, I think. So I don't know who these guys are, I'm afraid.
well, whoever we're watching, I think the audience wants to watch the auction on this deal.
Definitely.
We can see in the top right another greedy 3-0 down 3. I don't know if that happened at a lot of tables, but if you were watching us 15 minutes ago, we explained how that could easily happen.
I did have to find the right lead, otherwise the greed would have succeeded.
So, David, just for a moment, I was trying to explain the scoring. So this deal is being played just at 2 tables in each match, but then at every, there's 10 different matches. So this 7 spades doubled for 2470. If it was imp scoring and the other table was like in 6 making 7 or sacrifice, it would be a huge swing like of imps. But in this format, it's either going to be 0 or a half if it's the same 2470, or a 1 if it's so. It's possible that North's double for the lead, which turned out the club lead didn't, no lead mattered, it was just okay, that double could have lost the board. We might see 7 spades undoubled making, and that's a full loss of the board. So if some east-west pair comes back and says plus 2210 partners, we bid and made 7, and they'll say you'll lose the board for 7 spades because the other table doubled it. So it's just one comparison, and it's just either win, lose, or tie. No imps at all. So I don't know why we're not seeing any bidding here.
What if it was Robson and Allfrey? There'd be a reason for it, but I don't think it is.
Maybe we can look at another
okay,
table.
so who knows?
It'd be nice to watch this board somewhere. Here we go.
Let me chat. Oh, here we go. Here's
It looks like there's
Elgamon Willingham. Let's assume that's a real partnership. Let me send a message to Guy.
Well, Kai can hear us.
yeah, I can
He-
hear you.
No, he's just asking why Tom Paskey's called.
We're just trying to find, watch this deal at some table. Certainly, we know on board 5, when it says 3-0 down 3, we know how the auction went because we sort of saw it.
Well, it seems like that's our only option because the other match, I guess, already ended at the second round, which is impressive.
So we'll try to get to the third round on board 7 once it's up. But meantime, we'd like to watch one more pair bid this. Oh, look at that. 2470 was a half in the top right corner. I don't know if that's from the match we were watching originally, but
Yes, that is the match from the match that we were originally watching.
wow. A push board at 2470. I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, do you?
No, I don't think I've ever seen it in 50 years of my bridge career. I don't think I've ever seen a push board at 2470.
In the other match, the Australians got the 7 spades and their counterparts stopped in 6.
Really? Okay, so as Larry said, this would be huge swings in an imp game, but in this format, it's just ones and halves and zeros. But I agree, I can't recall seeing a push in a doubled Grand Slam making.
All right, so we're going to get to
Okay.
the third round. I guess it's going to be board 7, 8, and 9. I don't know why that says
Well,
9,
I
10,
hope so,
11.
but the screen here seems to show 9, 10, and 11, which I doubt. Excuse me, I just need to.
Seems like they're still getting all of the view graphs set up.
Yeah, I guess they need to set up after every. It's a tough job especially when tables finish late.
Well, and especially because the view graph operator has to move their whole setup to a whole new table. They're following the east-west pairs.
So I was there in Atlanta for a meeting. I was just up there for one day. Everyone said, "What are you playing in? What are you playing in?" I was just there for a meeting, but I did see the room where they're playing this event, and it was kind of like a dungeon. It was a big, dark room with no windows, and every table had screens and a camera. Every table had a video camera in the corner recording everything, and a chair for the viewgraph operator in the corner. And it was very intense, the room where they're playing. It was very serious, top level bridge in the basement, bottom floor of the hotel.
Bridge in the basement.
Yeah. I like the venue. It was very nice. It's a big hotel. This bridge tournament was taking place on 3 different levels. And the playing space was, other than where these players are playing in the dungeon, it was beautiful, well lit. Okay, why board 9? I think we want to see board 7, no? 7, 8, and 9.
I mean, this is
strange.
the only option that we've been given, so there's no
Okay.
other thing. So
So
I'm just watching
we've
bridge.
skipped around.
Well, maybe there was a problem with the duplication of the boards. Maybe there is no board 7 and 8. So for whatever reason, it looks like we're getting 9, 10, 11. So North open, wait a minute. North did not open 1 heart. So some South open, the dealer's North. Something's very wrong.
Oh, we've got another option, Platnick versus Hammond. I think that they set up the wrong boards. Okay, we've got 7, 8, and 9 here.
All right, this I believe, one heart by South, three clubs by North. A lot of people are doing something like maybe that showed a 3-card limit raise. 4 vulnerable spades by East. That's a lot. And it's not going to work well at all. Wow. So I guess, first of all, it's sort of a phantom. No, it's not a phantom save. They can't. It looks like 4 hearts would have made because they can't untangle their spade tricks. But 4 spades doubles is going to lose everything. 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, and a heart, 800. So 800. I believe in bidding 4 spades, but vulnerable. It's too easy to get doubled. And East has only 6 tricks. That's, I mean, even if partner has a trick, it's going to be 800. So that seems like a lot to bid 4 spades. Could have worked, but so I wonder if 4 hearts would have lost 2 hearts and only the 1 spade. So 4 hearts was going to make 620.
Yes.
And you could see the other table wasn't 4 hearts making 620. So 800 is just one too many tricks. So the Kolesnik and Lee pair is going to lose the board. They're going to get 0. Now, if this was imp scoring, it would be lose 5. It's not the end of the world. But here it's just a plain old 0. Do you think I'm being too harsh, David, to criticize that vulnerable 4th
No, I think
spade
at
bid
this
with only 6
vulnerability,
tricks?
it's a real gamble because I mean, as you say, you've got 6 tricks. If partner has 2 tricks in something or others, why should they not be, enough to beat hearts? But partner might have nothing that contributes to your hand in a spade contract. As you can see, his hearts are completely useless. It feels too much at equal vulnerability. At favorable vulnerability, I would quite understand it. I would say it was normal-ish, because you're going to save over 4 hearts with this hand. But
Right.
Equal vulnerability, it's a bit rich.
Yeah, and it's too easy to get doubled. I mean, they've already exchanged information. They opened a heart, they showed a 3-card limit raise, and it's not like they're guessing on they already sort of know what it's very normal to get doubled on that auction. So I really don't see it.
Jan did mention in the chat that these are probably the wrong player names.
See if we can find out. I don't want that to.
So North has a hand that maybe could upgrade to 15 to 17 no trump, 14 and a decent 5-card suit, and it's fun to open 1 no. So North might open 1 no, and South would be amused. So slam 7 is on a finesse. So it looks like North South can make 7 spades, 5 spades. Yeah, they can handle the entries. Just barely. North South can make 7 spades. So 2-0 showing clubs and hearts. This is going to be an exciting deal because West is going to bid a lot of hearts now. And North South, who I believe are not a regular partnership. I think I saw Hammond is playing with Neil Chambers of
That's
all
correct.
people. So that's not a regular partnership. Now, if you fill out a convention card, you would and spend an hour, you probably would have discussed what to do over the unusual no trump, some form of unusual over unusual. So I don't know, 3 spades must be forcing. West bids only 4 hearts. Well, North's gonna bid 4 spades, no matter what, you would think. And South maybe 5 hearts.
Andrea Gambits asks whether we like Tuno Trump. I mean, I don't dislike it. You could bid 1 heart, but Tuno Trump describes 10 of your cards, could set the opponent's problems. It could go for another cricket score, of course, so not an English cricket score, a real one. Against not much, because Ace King King is defensive stuff as well as playing strength. But I certainly don't mind Tuno Trump. Put it that way, if that opened one of a major and I had Ace King fifth and King fifth in the minors, I'd bid Tuno Trump. So sure, why not with this hand?
Yeah, all your points are in your suits. Now, most players over the Chuno, a lot of them would have played 3 spades non-forcing, because they'd have a cube. You have 2 cupids, clubs and hearts. These suits, and one of them would show a good spade hand. But if you haven't discussed it, it's a new partnership, and you bid 3 spades, you're going to assume it's forcing. If you just forgot to discuss it, no one's going to pass a bid like 3 spades. No, I can't imagine
No.
pass, really?
I was going to say he's closer to bidding.
He knows the club kings on. Wow,
He must
really? I
just be
guess he
so
did.
worried about.
Bad breaks.
I mean, if East has what maybe diamond shortage he was concerned about. I mean, he didn't know that his partner's cards were all this magical, fitting King, Queen of Spades, Ace, King of Diamonds. But even so, to not even try for 6. I'm not saying you should try for 7, but not to make one try. That looks a bit un-Hammond-like to me.
And certainly if North had upgraded to 1-no Trump. Now I know Chambers is very conservative and not the type who would do that, but I suspect a lot of players will open a strong no Trump with North's hand, and they're going to reach slam. I guess maybe Hammond's thinking was as follows. He knows he has 5 clubs, so even if the king is there, how is he going to handle all 5 of his clubs? He's not going to be able to trump all of them in dummies, so he probably figured he has a club loser, and the only way there'd be a slam then is a partner could have king queen in spades and ace king of diamonds. So maybe that was his thinking.
The room did open 1-no, and they are playing 4 spades.
Well, that I was
Really?
thinking, if it goes 1-no Trump and East overcalls 2 hearts, showing hearts and a minor, what South's going to think his minor is? He's going to think it's diamonds, and that therefore the source of tricks that actually exists in South's going to worry about his Queen Jack third of diamonds and say, hey, even if my partner's got a big spade fit, this diamond holding, they could take the first couple of tricks in a rough, maybe. And then we got the rest, 5 spade tricks, 5 club tricks, and whatever. But
So it's going to be push at 5-10. Push at 5-10. I would think this deal, if we're not going to see it's being played at 20 tables, I would guess half of them at least bid slam.
I mean, Chambers did well, as it turned out, to bid a diamond, and so that Hammond knew that there was a diamond fitted of some sort, at least. The other tables, they might have been worried that East was the guy with the diamonds, but I'm still surprised. I understand what Larry was saying about what he was thinking of, that partner needed absolutely perfect cards, and of course Bob Hammond's always said never play partner for perfect cards. He never has them, but he didn't need perfect cards, just sort of ordinary ones would make 6 a fair amount of the time.
1 heart or 4 hearts in third seat favorable? I kind of like 4 hearts at this vulnerability in third seat. We're not going to miss a slam. I mean, we could, and why not put maximum pressure on them? Or are you more old school 1 heart, David? Hammonds with
I
his,
I don't mind four hearts at all. You've got a lot of potentially defensive stuff, so maybe, I mean, but then you got king and one spade. If you had a singleton spade as opposed to a singleton club, you'd maybe be more inclined to bid four hearts and let them find their fed. As you say, I think it's one heart or four hearts. I wouldn't criticize a partner or a teammate who did either. Myself, I'd open four, but
now he has to
we're not
decide
normally in
between
third seat,
3 and
obviously.
4. All right. So this will be interesting. He's certainly going to finesse in hearts. He's going to lose a heart and a spade and a diamond. I think unless they lead a diamond, which they wouldn't, he's going to make this, right? He's going to get rid of a diamond on the ace of clubs and lose one spade, one diamond, and one heart.
Yeah, he needs the ace of diamonds to be right. So it imps. I guess he would win the club and play a diamond. That bought a match. Is that what he should do?
Well, he might play the king of spades at any form. He might play spades at trick 2 at any form of scoring.
Yes, he might. He might. That was a vulnerable overcall by West. Admittedly, it was weak, so he'd be inclined to place him with one ace. To go with his queen jack 10 to however many clubs. Andrew's saying 3 clubs might be intermediate at these colors. It might.
Yeah, and even if he plays, say, a spade and West wins the ace, West isn't going to know who has the other club. West might just play more clubs, trying to give his partner a ruff. I mean, there's a case to lead a low spade towards dummy at trick 2, and if the queen wins, you can then throw your king of spades on the ace of clubs. And then you don't even need the ace of diamonds, right? You can play diamonds more slowly. So I could see a low spade at trick 2. Win the king of clubs and play the 6 of spades. If the queen wins, which it won't, you throw it's almost like a semi-Morton's Brook coup, but when the king of clubs plays spade to the queen, and if it goes ace, you can still play for the ace of diamonds right later. So I could see the 6 of spades coming here. King of spades.
So East knows that that's a doubleton that West has. I guess he would not play the 5 from 6-5-4, whatever his signaling methods were. Whether they were upside looks like it's standard count. But even if it were upside down count, he'd play the 6. So he can tell this is a doubleton. He can also tell he doesn't want Declare to get to dummy because he's looking at his queen 9-8 4th of hearts. I don't want Declare to get to dummy and take a heart finesse. But if he ducks this, how can Declare make?
Well, there's that uppercut. A 10 of hearts comes into play, right?
Well, that's right. I mean, if he plays another spade, or even if he doesn't, if he plays a diamond, West can win and play another spade himself.
Well, that's no good now, right? Now it's no good. But that 10 of hearts could have come into play.
No, I agree.
Right?
But I mean, if he's to duck that king of spades,
right? Then Declare.
I don't see how Declare. I mean, I think I was sending a message, something I didn't see it exactly, but I don't see how Declare could make.
Right. The 10 is right. The 10 of hearts would have come into play. And even if he had led a spade to the queen, the defense could. Oh no, then they couldn't do it. So actually,
it couldn't do that.
I mean, it was doubled up. It seems like South got it wrong and East got it wrong, but went quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
so he's been allowed to make it.
He didn't know that spade was a doubleton, and he wouldn't have been inclined to place.
Oh, maybe he was afraid. Maybe you know what? Maybe East was afraid Declare the ace of diamonds, and if he let the king of spades win, Declare would cross, throw the other spade, and make 6. You know, He didn't know
Maybe,
he didn't know his partner
maybe
had the ace of
at the
diamonds.
scoring. It's a very, very tough defense. But I think I was right. I think it would have worked.
So Kyle, let's see if we can see this at the other table. It's an interesting play and defend deal. We're past the key point here. It looks like we're exactly what happened at the other table, probably. He's trying to go back and see a few tricks. It was the queen of clubs lead.
Clubs to the king,
Then the king of spades to the ace. Same thing. Exact same thing. Exact same play.
Okay, so yeah, they were clearly.
So Kai, can we see this deal at one more table? Maybe it's still, we can watch it at another table. Board 9 at some table and see if the play and defense can be.
East also didn't know exactly how many.
Look at that. In this match, 7 spades. Look at the top right corner. North-South bid 7 spades. North, 7 spades by North. Greco and Hampson.
Well, he started with a no trump, I guess, and South it went 2 hearts, hearts and a minor. South bid 3 diamonds showing spades, 4 hearts, 4 spades, 5 hearts, 6 hearts, North bid, South bid. And then they settled in 6 spades and West bid 7 hearts. And North passed and South thought, well, okay, maybe that means we're not getting enough to compensate from 7 hearts, so I'll bid 7 spades and hope for the best. I guess he thought West wouldn't save with the king in his hand, so if the club finesse was needed, it would work, and right he was.
What a result! 7 spades. The match we watched, it was a push in 4 spades. So, again, if this is imp scoring, 15-10 and 480s, it's 5-10s, a million imps, whereas here it's almost surely going to be a win of 1 for the Greco-Hampson team, you would think. Yeah, they did win 1 point. The other table was in 4 hearts, doubled down 2. They would have won the board for 4 spades. Look at that. They would have won it for 4 spades or doubling 7 hearts. Amazing. Yeah, so they had that board won at both tables. Minus 300 for East West when his opponents can make a grand slam. It's incredible. So they won the board at both tables. All right. So on this deal, board 9, we're presumably going to get to see again the play and defense to 4 hearts. Now that's one good thing I found about board a match, David, and it happens so often. On that board 8, the pairs for not the nickel team, but the East-West pair, they had a horrible result at both tables, minus 15-10 and plus only 300. But that's a good thing. You both think you've lost the board. You come back to compare, and it's only 1 loss, and that's a nice mesh.
Yes,
it's wonderful when that happens.
I mean, you can't afford too many good things like that to happen. Otherwise, you won't make the next round. But I agree with you. I mean, yes. I mean, these were two absolutely horrific results, and it's always good. I mean, in any form, scoring teams, whatever, it's always good to have 2 horrific results on the same board, because the imp scale shrinks the loss, but the board and match scale, boy, does that shrink the loss.
Right, and you're estimating your game.
You would have lost the board at every other table, and you lost it only once.
Right. But like you said, you don't want to have that happen too many times. But it's wonderful
it's
when your disasters are your teammates' disaster on the same board. That's so much luck. It's amazing board a match. I wish we had hours to talk about it. There's so much skill, and the best teams always do well. On the other hand, there's so much luck as to which deal is played at which time when your bad and good results mesh. It's incredible.
Indeed, yes, and I guess it's just that events are the right sort of length that maybe that evens out, and the skill factor does eventually find its way through, but. I remember reading out one horrendous result that we'd had something like minus 470, and I said minus 470, sorry, and teammates said not as sorry as we are. Before they read out minus 1400 or something of the sort.
Yeah. Or sometimes you read minus 470 and they say plus 570. You just
sometimes, yes, you can. The only time I actually
Doesn't England
that?
have an
Okay, here we
event where
go.
they combine both imp and border match scoring?
Yes, there is. There used to be a couple of them. The Bashabo is a
So
quaint
here's that.
event.
Sorry, here's that same position, and maybe I'm being double dummy, but maybe and he's
Woo!
ducks it now. Now I think they're going to get the promotion. Maybe I'm being double dummy, but isn't the 6 of spades a better play? Because if the queen wins, you're delighted. And if it doesn't win, they're not going to make this hold up. They're going to take their ace. How can they not? And then you don't get involved in this sort of situation. So maybe I'm being double dummy, but I'm thinking the 6 of spades is a better play than the king.
I think that's actually absolutely right. Good spot.
The other
As it
table stopped in
is,
2 hearts.
I'm just looking to see. I can't see a way you can. I really can't see a way you can make. What can he do? He can't
Stopped
play
in
another
2
spade. That's down
hearts.
on in top tricks. How can he get? He can play a diamond. I guess his best is to play a diamond and hope that West doesn't play another spade.
Oh, but he will.
Which would be a good play if he's ducked that spade out of tempo, I have to say. But it didn't look as though he did. It looked as though that was East figuring the
Well,
spade
even if
position. Okay, declarer wants me to win this. I'll duck it.
even if
He knows
East
his
takes a
partner
long
hasn't
time,
ducked it.
even if East took a long time, I think West's entitled to know East has the ace of spades. It was going to lead the king out of their
Yes, it
hand
wouldn't
from
make sense,
ace.
declarer having the ace of spades and playing this way. I agree.
So Kai told us the other table is only in 2 hearts. So this a full board. This is either going to be a 0 or a 1. It can't be a tie. If it makes, it's 1 board to Greco, 1 point to Greco and Hampson on the nickel team, and if it goes down, then they get 0.
I see they stayed in 2 hearts.
I don't know how.
I don't know how. Well, I see. So no, he
What?
decided just to. No, he didn't
No,
decide to do that.
no.
That would be really. Yeah, that's a better 7 to play. I'm not sure what he did. Okay, he played a diamond and yeah, okay.
Yeah, now they're going to promote an extra trump trick.
Well, short as it is, I don't know how to pronounce the East gentleman's name, but that's a nice defense. Not an awful lot of people, as Michael Caine might have said, found that. So well done to
The
Mr.
auction in the
Owl.
other room.
That's
Do you want the auction in the other room?
Sure. Yeah.
It went pass, 1 heart, 2 clubs, double, pass, 2 hearts. All out.
that was it. Okay.
Only 2 hearts. That's quite an underbid.
Yeah, that's conservative. But, well, when you've got teammates like East West, you make sure you get a plus score, and then if they can beat a contract at the other table, they will. Well done for East. Good shot.
Also at the other table, as Larry suggested, they led the spade 6 at trick 2, going for that
Wow. So
semi
it had made
Mortensbach
4 if
idea.
he'd been in it. Oh, a shame he wasn't in 4, because that would have been really well played at one table and really well defended at the other table. They'd have earned their point. One of the hardest earned points so far. The rest all seem to have come from all sorts of random goings on. But nice to see a good defense like that. So plus 170. Sorry, Mr. Game. Plus 50. No, you didn't. Don't worry. We had you covered.
Doesn't look like any other tables are up at the moment.
So this is going to be a very long session for the players, the viewers, and us. They're going to play 30 boards. I remember when I play in this event every year, and typically this Saturday first session was the 30 board session. They cut to 20 teams, and you'd play the other 19 teams 3 deals each, 57 deals, 30 in the morning, 27 in the afternoon, or 27 in the second session. And that is a grueling day for the pair who has to play all 57. And this isn't 57 at your local duplicate against mom and pop. You're playing top players in the world where every trick could matter. And a 30 board session is incredibly grueling. I also
It's tough for the
remember having
operators too.
it's tough for
I was
all of
going to
us.
say,
The discussion we used to have, though, was kind of interesting because, we were always on a professional team, and the client who hired us sometimes was not a very good player. And we were thinking, well, maybe they should play the 27 board session at night to have 3 less deals to play. But that never happened. The client always wanted to play in the afternoon and be done with it and play the extra 3 boards. So that's always the way we would do it, is the sponsor would play the 30 and then the pros would go in at night and play the 27. But what a day of bridge, 57 top level deals. That's a lot. It's much more stressful than 57 deals at imps, because when you're playing imps, there's a lot of deals. I'd say about a third of them where you just kind of get to rest during, they're in 4 hearts, it's making, you don't have to expend a lot of energy on holding them to 5 or to 4. Whereas when you're playing Reisinger board a match, every single trick on every single deal, you need to be at full concentration, and that wears you out.
yes, it is border match is regarded as the toughest form of scoring that there is, because of this concentration that you have to maintain the whole time. And as you say, the standard of the field, well, it's always been very strong, but with a greater influx of teams from all over the world to the big American events, as Larry says, now you're playing against really world champions, the best teams currently active in the world the whole time. It's feels like very hard work. I only played in it once. I only ever played one American national, and rather to our surprise, we made the final. But it was we didn't do particularly well, but it was certainly the toughest bridge that I'd played.
Just to make the finals, quite an achievement. I've had times where I've gotten knocked out the first day. It's even the first day is tough, and
Well, it was
just
tougher
getting
for
to
me
the
because
final 10 is tough.
yes, I hadn't planned on doing it. I have to say we had a fairly sort of motley crew of players, but the result of it was that instead of driving from Orlando to New Orleans in 2 days, I had to do it in 1 day. And that was quite a long way as well. I seem to remember that was hard work, but it was worth it. I mean, the fantastic events, the American Nationals, and enjoyed playing the Reisinger a lot, even though it was pretty brain-stretching work. We had one board, I remember, we were fortunate the contract was 2 odds doubled at both tables, and our teammates conceded 800 and we scored 870, because there were 2 odds doubled by our teammates at one table and 2 odds doubled by me at the other table, both making 9 tricks. We were lucky with the vulnerability. Back we go. Oops.
Okay, board 10.
Okay.
East opens a diamond, South passes, West spins a very normal no trump, and this looks like an incredibly standard normal auction that you would think would happen at pretty much every table. The question is, do you lead the Queen of Diamonds dummy suit or 4th best heart? I don't know. The diamond spots are so that you can actually survive the Queen of Diamonds lead here. I can't imagine South sticking a bit in.
This is I'd be surprised to see somebody lead over. Would you? No, maybe a spade's too far-fetched.
Yeah, I think it's between the queen of diamonds and a heart. I guess you could make a case for the six of diamonds. That wouldn't work too well. Heart lead's not going to work well. Wow,
Oh,
South
no.
bid.
South decided he had a suit.
Wow, that is a remarkable bid. I can't say how much I disagree with that because West's one no trump bid shows clubs. West doesn't have a major. And you're vulnerable. I don't know who South is, but I hate to say this, but that's like the worst bid I've ever seen from a top player.
What?
What is
This
going
can't be
on?
right.
Something I don't believe
I see.
any of
Maybe
this. What? Unless
it
two
must
clubs
have some
showed maybe
conventional. Oh, I
clubs in a
see.
major. Maybe, oh,
Yes, yes,
maybe
I
it's your
guess. I
clubs in a
guess he's playing.
major.
I guess he's playing dunt or whatever, and he doesn't want to sell. His partner might have a 4-card spade suit up. Suppose even a 5-card heart suit and not enough to bid. So he's trying. I mean, this is pure border match stuff. I mean, at this vulnerability to be competing at part score with that South hand.
Yes, both
Crikey.
vol is the wrong. See, when you're vulnerable, see that this is the vulnerability is so important on these decisions, and both vol is the absolute worst time to be aggressive like this because if you're down 100 and they were only going to make 90, or they were going to go down 200 and you make one, it's just the wrong vulnerability to make a dangerous bid like this, and it's so easy to get doubled. And I just even if it showed clubs in a major, I think it's way out there.
Sure, it must have done. Yes, yes. I mean, otherwise, North's 2 diamonds would be pretty inexplicable. So I guess that's what he's doing. But whether he should be doing it at this score.
Well, having said all those bad things, it might even make, but I don't know. Even if it makes two spades and they win the board, I don't like it.
Well, East is again. This is border match stuff. I mean, you would never double at imps because I mean, suppose they somehow made it and suddenly it got minus 670 out of absolutely nowhere. But if you were going to make 120 in a no trump, you got to whack them in 2 spades and hope to get 200.
Right. Certainly, the thinking here by East, right, at a different form of scoring. This is what is going on. And West took it as I don't know why West would pull that.
Well, there's no such thing as a dull board at this form of scoring. No wonder the Reisinger the world stuff is doing. It drives you around the bend, and everybody starts bidding like this.
I don't know what they're all thinking. See, one of the philosophies in board a match. See, on a deal like this, just don't try to lose the board. I mean, that's what Sal's making that aggressive bid. It's vulnerable. It's like you're trying to lose the board. Just defend one no and hope you defend better than at the other table would be my strategy. So 2 spades would have been very slow and painful to watch. I see only the 5 losers, but I don't know what would have happened. A 2-no is going to probably get a spade lead, and declares is not going to do well at all.
Getting a spade lead for
6. He's got 6 tricks.
Surely now yes, he will get a spade lead, and that looks best for defense. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, a heart lead, if North had chosen that against one no trump past heart, would have blown up a trick, and the Queen of Diamonds, which he might have led, wouldn't have done, but it wouldn't have set up a spade for a long spade for South while he retained the ace of clubs. So a spade
has to guess here
for the defense.
Sorry, David. Claire has to guess at trick 1 here. Is it so obvious to play a high spade from dummy and not a low one?
No, he might easily go wrong.
He got it right, but he could have played north for the jack of spades, in which case he'd play low from dummy. So I hate to see that Sal's going to get rewarded so well for that reckless decision, but and notice there's no names there. So the South I'm criticizing, I don't know who it is. I hope it's not like one of the best player in the world.
They get to maintain
But I
their
don't care. I
anonymity.
would criticize him anyway.
Let's see, North South are the
Yeah.
nickel
Well,
team according to this. So there's a sporting chance it'll contain somebody who's won a few world championships in this time, whoever it is.
Hmm.
All right, bearing it all in
You're
mind.
going to put in the names now and see who I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing Eric Greco, one of the top players in the world. Well, sorry, Eric. I don't like your bid. And it worked out great. So maybe you know better than me.
I was going to say, can he actually make two-note trump? I don't see it from here because the diamonds aren't going to break him in his line of plays. Maybe if he'd... Well, how could he get that now? This is tough, double dummy, but I mean, now he's. I would have said he was without a prayer.
Boy,
Just
he's
a
got to lose two
reminder,
diamonds, two spades, and two clubs. Yeah, go ahead.
just a reminder, the north-south pairs are stationary. So if you're seeing Hampson North, Greco South now, that will be the case for the remainder of the session.
It's not a howl movement.
No.
If North-South were not vol, then I'm all with Greco's decision, just for the record, especially if I could show clubs in a major. The declarer is just now going to build a club trick and go down one. And if two spades was going to make, then he did well. But I don't think two spades was going to make, because he was going to get a trump late. I would think two spades was going to go down, and it would have been very slow.
Let's have to avoid having to break hearts, I think, even so. Declarer's got. I mean, the defenders haven't. Whoa, I don't like the look of this. The defenders haven't got the second diamond trick yet because Declarer ducked one. So
Yeah, has he just
now,
let this contract make?
well, he had to play a diamond, and maybe that wasn't obvious because that would help Declarer set the diamonds up, but it would also give the defense 6 tricks.
But you know what? Declarer can't get to his good club now. If he wins the ace of hearts, that's no good for communication. And if he doesn't win the ace of hearts, he can never make his club trick. So I think the defense is okay here,
but
right?
South will have to give it to him. I mean, the defenders won't get that diamond trick, is what's going to happen.
Well, what are you saying he's going to play here?
Well, he can play low and win the trick in his hand and cash 2 red cards and play a club. And he'll make his club at the end after South's cashed his spade. I mean, he can cash all his red suit winners and play a club off the dummy, and eventually he'll come to his jack of clubs.
I see. So the defense won't get their diamond trick.
Yeah, that's what they won't get anymore. I mean, Declarer duck the second diamond was reasonable enough. It was kind of hard for North to sort of do what looked like Declarer's work for him. He was playing, I guess, for South to have better hearts and worse clubs. Well, it's hard to see South having 5 little clubs, maybe Jack 5th. Just hoping maybe his partner had
West
on a 9 of hearts, Queen 9 of hearts or something.
Well, South did get to do something in the spade suit preference wise on ace and another, and you would think South would have like put the jack of spades out there on that third spade if he wanted to say he had great hearts.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying North couldn't have got the position right, but at any rate, he seems not to have done. It's just a question of whether West can now get the position right. But West surely has a blueprint. He knows South shape. He knows the diamond position because he's played 2 rounds already. It would be a shocker to see him not make from here. No, that's a shocker. He can't make now.
You're saying he could have just taken another heart finesse and
He
then
could have taken
another
another hard
heart,
finesse, cashed his winners, and
taking a heart finesse, and then let it
played
club.
a club. And I think on reflection,
Yeah,
he
that's
knew
8
it.
tricks. Yeah.
But this is no good because he hasn't taken a. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he's no. He's. I mean, if he plays a club now, he won't come to his jack of clubs.
Yeah, South has
Because
hearts.
South can win it and play a heart and give him back the trick he was getting anyway. But then West won't get his jack of clubs, and North will get a diamond and a heart in the ending. Uh,
It was going to be down 1 after a lot of back and forth ping pong.
Vicissitudes, yes.
So the
Well,
other
he was.
table, 1 no by West made 2.
Well, that was a good
Maybe on a
effort
hard
on
lead.
the Queen of Diamonds lead, if that was what was led. If a heart was led instead, I understand that.
So the nickel team wins this board.
I must say, I'm a little bit surprised at Van Graven. They seem to me to have enough information to get that right.
So you would think East West playing a spade heart score here. I guess there's a danger they get too high. West is going to
South
overcall
presumably going
spade.
to bid up to.
North will raise hearts. East will raise spades. And it's just a question if East West can stop a low game. Doesn't look like they can make a game. They have to lose one of everything eventually. Maybe the defense has to work hard to, I don't know, 4 spades if they don't get the diamonds going, maybe.
This 3 spade, 3 diamond bid artificial heart raise has given East a chance to stick in a 3 heart bid. Otherwise, he'd have had to choose between. I mean, if North had just bid 3 hearts, East would have had to guess between 3 spades, 4 spades, double, all sorts. As it is, he can show his hand quite nicely with 3 hearts. I don't imagine West will feel that he has enough to bid game. It's a question of whether South feels he has enough to bid game. I mean, he opened a 10 count, but then he always does. And his partner showed some sort of heart raise. And he thinks, well, if I bid 4 hearts and are confident about it, maybe they'll save. And
So against West's likely spade contract, North presumably leads a heart to the ace, and the South switch to the singleton club, or maybe switch to diamonds. Could be right. Not on this layout.
yes, even that's not going to be obvious if West is left in peace in 3 spades.
And if South does switch to the Singleton club, is it clear for West to go right? It's complicated. So I think we're going to see West play spades with a heart lead to the ace. At pretty much every table, that's going to be the case. And I could see South. I mean, South switching to diamonds could easily be right if his partner has the queen before those clubs are set up. So, David, I've been following pretty closely all my friends and how everyone's doing in this event. And more than ever, well, all right, I'll stop talking now that we have some action. But I'll get back to that during the next lull. Remind me to talk about
Right.
Atlanta. Okay, so it's 4 diamonds. Wow. I guess I don't know what he's thinking. If they're going to be in 4 spades, he wants a diamond lead, I guess. But
or his partner to maybe bid 5 hearts with a diamond fit, and not without one.
I mean, I doubt Greco and Hampson have been partners for forever. They know that 3 diamonds doesn't show diamonds. I don't think that's the issue. That South
No,
thought 3 diamonds
sure
show
it's not
diamonds. And I don't know what West bid 4 spades on. I mean, West has a hand that wants to defend against hearts. He's got a king of hearts on defense, and it's probably useless on offense. He's got bad trump, flat hand. I really don't understand West's 4 spade bid at all.
No, I mean, especially since the opposition were, I mean, very well placed to deal with it, given the bidding they'd done. I mean, he didn't know they didn't have so much in the way of values for it, but at any rate, the suits they'd bid and the auction they'd conducted, they would be well placed to make a decision what to do over 4 spades. It's not as if by bidding 4 spades you'd push them into something. Somebody on Twitch, oh, they're watching on Twitch, of course, mentioned that Lorenzini is in 5 hearts doubled on this board. Well, all I can say is good luck to him. I don't think he'll make it.
Well,
But
with
yeah,
this
I mean,
diamond,
it's what happens. I mean, you bid 4 spades over 4 hearts because that's what you do, and hope they bid 5 hearts even though they shouldn't. I mean, certainly 4 diamonds, whatever the values, positioned Hampson very well to deal with 4 spades. He knew his partner had hearts and diamonds, and he had clubs wrapped up. And King Jack of Spades, where were they going to get their tricks? And why should our side bid 5 hearts?
So with this diamond lead, we avoided that whole discussion I was talking about what South would do at trick 2. Now, from Declare's point of view, though, he now might, if South has the king of clubs, which he doesn't, Declare now can hope to throw one club on the ace of diamonds and lose no club tricks if the club finesse works. So if he could somehow navigate spades for only one loser, Declare thinks he might have a chance. But Sal's bidding would, and the whole auction would make him think this club finesse is not going to win. So he can win this, cash the diamond, cross in spades, throw a club. This is really a question of if he gets out for down 1, I guess. Certainly going down.
Yeah, if he does this, he's down to more or less in top tricks. A heart, a spade, a club, a ruff, and the diamond the defenders have already got is 5. So he needs to win this to have a prayer. I mean, he can probably see now that 4 hearts almost certainly wasn't going to make. But he can see that minus 300 will be the biggest disaster in history. So he'd better, having said that, we've seen about 8 bigger ones already. So
a note of style. Kevin Rosenberg is the only one who did not open the South hand.
Only one in the whole field.
Well, of the four
Wow.
tables we see. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, we can't see the whole field. Fair enough. I mean,
I would open the south hand white and all my points in my long suits and all that. I guess it doesn't fit the rule of 20, which I sometimes talk about in my classes, 10 high and 9. So this was really Declare's only chance to make it. South had the king of clubs, unlikely. This would be a nice swindle to talk him out of the finesse by switching to one.
I guess I mean, as you say, he knows probably that any minor score, given that the opponents have bid what he knows, well, what he almost certainly knows is a pretty hopeless four hearts. He has to get a plus by hook or by crooks, and the only way to do that is to hope that somehow, that club lead would run round to the queen, and I don't know, and the spades would come in and this and that. But really, once he bid for spades,
And
he was never going to be in any shape.
Notice how North returned a low club so that when his partner roughed it, South wasn't tempted to underlead to the king of hearts to get another rough. If North had the king of hearts, he would have returned the 10 of clubs for his partner to rough, and then South would have underled to the king of hearts to get another rough. But so South knew not to do that.
To anyway, which you have to say was not much more than he deserved for that four spade bid, and likely to be another point for nickel. It was, and on to board 12, where
Well, in standard, that West hand, I always get asked, what do I open with 4-4 in the minors in standard? And usually I like one diamond, but I think with this disparity, I would open one club. Of course, systemically, most players these days have to open one or the other. But if I had a choice, I think I'd open a club with this disparity.
Covent Garden seems to have one no trump in his locker. I'm not sure whether that's a ordinary week no trump or a sort of maximum 10 to 13 as people play, but he seems to be interested in majors. Maybe he can bid 2 hearts to show this shape, and maybe that's where he'll play, if that's what it shows. I don't think he's inviting game in any shape or form opposite.
Well, West might correct his spades. If this is pass or correct, West will correct, won't he?
Yeah, he might do. He'd decide that a 4-3 play better than a 5-2. That's what he did decide.
Well, also if it's pass or correct, it could be like 4-4-4-1 kind of hand, so I mean,
I suppose, yes, he could have something like that.
4-4-0-5 or something. So and also, well, it doesn't really apply with a weak no trump.
Surely not even South is thinking of reopening this. I say not even South. His decision worked exceptionally well on the first board, where but I must say, if I were West and I had a decision to make after the first couple of boards, I think I would let partner play one and go to the bathroom and have a glass of water and a banana.
Yeah, that is sometimes when it's pass or correct, you take into effect who's going to be the declarer. If it's a pro playing with a client, the pro will correct if he's going to play it, and the client will pass if the pro is going to play it. So this contract is extremely complicated. The spade layout is really bad for declarer, but the hearts are on side. He has to lose 2
Well,
diamonds.
Got a trick with the 8 of clubs. That's not so bad.
That doesn't look right. South must have played the jack. I think that's a Bugraph operator error. It's got to be.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So now I have to try and analyze the real contract. The trump spots are just wondering if the fact that the 5 of spades is in the dummy, was it put there for a reason?
Wait a minute. Wow. How did Hampson know not to put up the king of diamonds? Wow. What if Declare had the ace of diamonds? How we knew to play low on it. Declare won the ace of clubs and played a diamond towards dummies, queen and one, and Hampson played low. I don't know how he knew where the ace was.
Yes, that was a good play. I guess it depends a little bit how weak this no trump could be. I mean, I suppose after the first trick, you knew Declare had ace king of clubs. You could just have ace king of clubs, ace of diamonds, and almost no other high card. But if
We
you
could
did,
have only ace
then
of
ducking the
clubs,
diamond
low,
would
jack,
just
ace.
blow a trick.
Well, low,
And he'd
jack,
play the
ace.
same trick.
South might have king, jack of clubs and put in the jack as a discovery play. So I don't even know if he knew about the ace king of clubs. Anyway, play is going much faster than I would have been playing it. Maybe they have time trouble. Maybe the
There are
clock is
fewer
running
tricks
low.
left. I think I'm prepared to offer an opinion by now. I think this is probably down one. Despite the fact that
Whoa. There was a loser on loser. He threw the diamond on the club and South trumped it. This isn't something you would see every day.
no, there's a reason for that. I mean, I think South knows the distribution, and I think he wants to push a trump through the West Hand as quickly as he can, just in case the Clara spots on are better, slightly better than they are. I think that roughing was, and playing a spade as he's done, was okay.
Yeah, it looked like a nice play, but it was a loser on
Oh, I
loser,
agree.
and then
It
South
was
trumped the
very fast,
loser. You don't see that every
uh,
day.
no, you're right, you don't. But I don't think it was necessary as the cards actually are. But I think it was a good play.
So the final two trumps are the three and North's three and East dummies 5.
I was wondering about that 5 of spades. I thought maybe it would take a trick, but even though it has, I still don't think. Well, I mean, Declare hasn't got any more winners. South has them both.
But down one,
So
very
I don't know what it
exciting.
is, but as you say, it was fiendishly complicated. I think maybe it'll be 2 hearts at the other table. I don't know.
We're going to look at the other table, it looks like.
Don't ask me to analyze what would happen to that.
So they are in 2 hearts, 2 hearts by East.
I mean, in
Nickel and
theory, that should
cats.
lose a couple of hearts and a couple of spades and a couple of diamonds, but whether or not it will, maybe 2 spades actually had a better chance.
That's some Scottish players there, David. You must know Barnett Shankin and
Barnett
Steve
Schenken,
Levinson.
yes, indeed. Yeah, moved to Florida, I think. Does he live in Florida? I think he moved to Florida. I don't know whether he still lives there. Long
Sort
time
of. They
ago.
spent time he and Maggie spent some time in Florida, but a lot of time in Scotland, where Maggie Shankin's grandchildren are. And I've
Oh
played golf with
yes. I know he comes back to this side of the Atlantic
Steve
quite a lot of the
Levinson
time, but I wasn't sure
most.
where exactly in America he was based now.
Steve Levinson's in Florida, and longtime friend with Barnett Shankin. I think they've been playing all 10 days together in this nationals.
Right. One of Michael Rosenberg's early partners in Great Britain many years ago now. I think they won the Sunday Times or some such
Yes, they
together.
did.
Terrific player, Barnett Shankin. Not the
Every niche
speediest,
one.
but nothing wrong with his game at all.
No, he's a very slow player, and I guess here against 2 hearts, it was a spade lead. Declare won the ace, returned to spade, and now North Barnett Shankin is doing what he does best, which is thinking and thinking.
Again, I mean, the spade spots are such that East's 5 and 4 are actually equals against the Queen, so East can set up a spade if he wants to. If he can make use of it, I don't know.
Does North ever benefit here by playing a low spade as opposed to the king?
Sure.
I think it would only help declare if he did that. I mean, South
But
has
I
two
mean, he could
trump
be
tricks,
considering
and
that. He could be considering it.
yeah, he could be thinking of doing it. I'm not saying he's not, but I mean, trying to look at it from a double dummy point of view. I
Yeah,
think
but even
that
single
given
dummy,
that,
I don't think he wants his partner to have to. He knows his partner's got the long trump.
yeah, he doesn't want his partner to rough a card with a trump. Well, I mean, he doesn't want to burn one of his partner's trump tricks.
Can we see the auction? I assume West opened a minor, East bid a heart. West bid a no trump, and East bid two hearts. All right.
And I never rebids a no trump with a singleton. Or if he does, he pays the price for having done it. I'm prepared to venture that on most leads except the three of spades, declaring can't make the contract. I haven't worked out whether the three of spades is actually good enough to let it make.
I don't think that's what he's thinking of playing here, though.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
sure,
some position, some later down, it could be.
I mean, although sometimes with Barnett, you think
Possibility.
he must be thinking of all of his cards at least twice. So the three of spades must have entered the calculations at some point.
Well, I think he's going to rule out a club, and I don't think he's going to play a
Well, a club
trump from
would
10
be
and 1.
horrid.
That's
I mean, if
yeah. So
if
I think
Barrett,
it's going to be a diamond. It's just taking longer than you would
yeah,
think.
I'm sure he'll play a diamond because that's the natural thing to do, and it's what a normal person would have done half an hour ago. And B because I mean, a club, if declare a jack and one and suddenly played club and threw a diamond away, you'd feel like going back to Scotland where it's cold and miserable instead of staying in Florida.
I guess he could be considering a heart could be right if it's not going to cost a trick. Like, what if his partner has, say, Queen Jack 8, I don't know, some hard holding, and then get rid of the other heart, and then King of Spades, and then give partner a rough. So I suppose a heart could be right.
But with ace
Possible
9 in the
play.
dummy and 10 and 1, it's oof. So that's a big play. And that might actually, I haven't thought about the 10 of hearts because it would never cross my mind to play it, but would it let the contract through? Don't think so. I don't know whether the Twitch users have got GIB that they can use and tell me what actually beats the contract and what doesn't.
Yeah, anything but the 3 of spades. I just took a look.
Right, okay.
Sorry about that, Kai. Your 3 of spades. Anything but the 3 of spades.
Okay,
Yeah.
we were almost, no, the 3 of spades. Don't do it, Barnett. As Larry says, I'm pretty sure he's not thinking about that. Well, no, it'll surprise me and play it anyway.
So
he knows the spade position. He knows that declares 5-4 of spades are going to become a trick, and he may think, well, I can kill that trick by letting partner off a spade with a little trump. He's got to think about these things.
So a little more philosophy here about the form of scoring. So when this deal comes up in a team event, imps, yeah, you want to do the right thing, but there's 4 imps at stake. Whether you set it or you let it make, there's 4 imps at stake, and sure, the match could be won by 4 imps, but it's not as big a deal when there's like a slam or a vulnerable game at stake in imps. So when you're playing imp scoring, a deal like this, yeah, you want to do right, but it's not you don't kill yourself as much. Whereas in this form of scoring, it's going to be the difference between making or not making. I guess they lost the play and they're just saying down one.
I expect the player got fed up with it and go on one down. Rather than
so that was a half,
Barnett
2 hearts down 1 and 2 spades down 1.
Yeah, well, hell with it. So in fact, not only did they finish, but we got on to the next round.
We're going to see board 13. So anyway, part score deals in this form of scoring are just as important as grand slams. There's a full board at stake.
So we've got plenty of options. Do we have a preference?
Hey, Kid Woolsey.
Yeah, Oh, okay, we'll do that. Or I was gonna say the one that hasn't started, if you know.
Unless Wolsey and Bramley have got good hands,
This,
in which case they're going to have a 20-minute relay auction, which I want to understand, and so we'll watch someone else.
well, let's try
Well,
another
if I got
table.
on
This
this
is a
board, I
one
don't
no in
know, but North
progress.
got to play one no trump.
Yeah, let's try another table. Joining one no in progress
Joining
can't
one
be a
in the
good
middle,
idea.
not so great.
Okay, all right, yeah, so we'll start with a fresh board 14 here. East passes, south, it looks like a no trump with 9-14. We never know the ranges. Texas transfer to 4 hearts. And a hand where West is almost surely going to lead a diamond, because what else are you going to lead? That's going to help to declare. Diamond, queen, king, ace. Pretty friendly lie of the cards here. Well, diamond, queen, king, ace, then he'll throw a spade on the other diamond. Guess Trump and probably lose 2 club tricks. So it looks like 11 tricks, 450. So jack of diamonds to throw a spade. I wonder if I'll try then trumping a diamond, because if the 10 of diamonds falls, maybe it's 3 diamonds to the 10. So if you do jack of diamonds throwing a spade, or you could do first, then ace king of hearts ending in hand, because you're not going to take a heart finesse anyway. And then if the diamonds run, you don't need the club guess. So that was a nice thoughtful play by the declarer, giving himself that extra chance. Now the jack of diamonds throwing a spade, and he can make his club play from his hand. The club tours dummy. But on this club layout, there's really nothing exciting that's going to happen. He's going to lose 2 club tricks, no matter how he plays them. This is not clear to me to do this, because now when it goes to the club to the queen and the ace, they can put him back in dummy. And if the jack of clubs had been on side, he never got to take a club finesse. I guess if East had the ace of clubs, this would have been effective. But now that West has the ace of clubs, he never got to take his club finesse. It's not going to matter on this deal, but this would have taken me a lot longer than it took this declare. I don't know what the rush was. All right. Well, we'll circle back later and see what happens at some other tables on this. Might as well watch board 15 live.
Larry, can I ask you a quick question?
Of
Specs are
course.
wondering, during the semifinal, do players get to compare or see running score?
Usually no. In the final, yes, but not in the semifinal. I'm not sure I know the
Okay, yeah, I
reasoning,
was
but what,
positive about final, but not semi.
yeah, when I used to play, or at least when I was playing in semifinal, you don't know till the end of the session. In the final, you do, it's barometer. You know after every round what the score is. I'm
Great,
not sure
thanks.
why. Until the very end. I think they shut it down, the barometer, the last 3 rounds, so that there's no crazy swinging.
Thank
All right,
you.
I would not respond with the north hand, because I'm afraid if I respond, partner's gonna like start jumping all over the place. So I would just pass 1 club, but with the north hand, and whatever happens, happens. If they pass it out on 1 club, so be it. So I'm afraid now when I bid a spade, my partner's gonna like reverse and jump shift. Well, he's
Yes,
got
against that, I
19
mean,
points.
vulnerable against not. If you pass out 1 club and that turns out to be a 2-2 fit or something, the opponents can maybe score 500 the easy way. Whereas responding, I agree, partner might propel you to something ludicrous you can't make. But on the other hand, 1 club could be something totally ludicrous that you definitely can't make. And at the vulnerability, there's somehow strangely, curiously, there's maybe more case for responding. then when you're only going down in 50s, if you're in your absolutely worst fit, vulnerable against knock.
Notice East with 19 points chose to overcall instead of, I would have started with a double, but I know the great late Eric Kokish was a believer in overcalling, not doubling first. I would have doubled and then bid hearts. I somehow, if East bid only 2 hearts, South made a support double, and West scraped up a 3 heart bid, I would not have done that.
No, South
South
thinks North had got
doubles.
something, so the chickens may have come home to
Yes.
roost in the sense that because North has absolutely nothing, South versus 3 aces and absolutely nothing else.
Declarer, I was going to say, might have suspected a bad trump break, but now can he, if this lead is a singleton, can he pick up Jack 10-8 fourth with North? I think he can. I mean, he doesn't know it's doubleton 10, but if that lead was a singleton trump with 3, you know.
You mean he might try to pick up Jack 10-8 fourth with North? Can he lose a trump trick?
Jack
I suppose
10-8
if North
fourth,
had Jack 10-8 fourth, he'd have to.
So maybe he'll lose a trump trick. Maybe he's going to try to get to dummy and then run the heart. Watch this: 3 of hearts, 9, Jack ace, get to dummy and then run the 7 of hearts, playing that to be a singleton trump lead. Well,
that really would be a corker.
Well, actually, Declarer does have to handle his 3rd club here. How is he going to handle his 3rd club? If he roughs it in dummy, it gets over roughed. If he draws trump,
he can throw it on a diamond, can't he?
Yes, but he doesn't know he can get to the diamond.
Well, he doesn't know he can do that. I agree, but I mean, he can do it.
Oh, no, right. I'm sure if you click on the double dummy, that, well, there goes the chance for the. There goes the chance of the sneaky trump. All right.
Yeah, so always cover an honor with an honor and always cover a 7 with an 8.
At least if he put up the 8, my sneaky scenario could have happened.
I mean, you might try the 8. So he's not thinking, well, if I keep Jack 8, Declarer can't ever get to dummy. No. I don't know what he was doing. He hasn't seen the inherent possibilities, put it that way. Wait a minute, maybe Declarer is going to try and rough his club without drawing trumps and get over roughed and go down anyway. Maybe this is another way to lose a trump trick. Wow.
It's becoming interesting. Well, certainly Declarer can make it, but
is this possible? Could he really do that?
well, his alternative to trying to ruff a club and dummy would be to draw the trump, play the king of diamonds out of his hand, and even if they hold up and just keep playing I would. I mean, assuming he's playing south for all 3 aces.
Well, surely if West has both aces, and surely West has both aces, so south, not West, then drawing trumps and playing king of diamonds, jack of diamonds. I mean, whenever South wins a diamond, he's either got to lead a club or he's got to put Declarer in the dummy.
Right.
So surely to goodness he's not really going to.
Oh, well, I guess he can afford to do
what
that.
is he going to do? Well, now South can just play a spade and Declarer might not be able to get to. No, Declarer can always get to dummy and diamonds, but not have a diamond winner in the dummy. So he might still be on track to try and rough his club and go off.
Well, if South plays a spade, he draws the last trump, plays king of diamonds, jack of diamonds, and another diamond. And if South happened to have 3 diamonds and 3 spades and 2 hearts and 5 clubs, then And he should have tried to off a club.
No, he shouldn't. He should have drawn the trump and just played diamonds from the top.
No,
So
but if
whenever
South was 3-2, 3-5, if South's 3-2, 3-5,
what can he do? If he wins the
if
third
South's
round of
3-2,
diamonds and plays a
3-5,
spade, you just put the queen on it,
right?
and you're in the dummy.
Well, no, but I'm saying the way the play has gone at this point.
Oh, sorry. Yes, okay.
Well, now it's all a moot point.
I mean,
Now
Declaro
it's all a moot
is
point.
still in danger when, to my way of thinking, he should not be. Once the trumps were 3-2, he had a lot by playing on diamonds.
Right,
Just
right. He
playing
should not
trumps.
have played the king of spades. I agree. By playing the king of spades, he ended up maybe having to guess the position. Now he's going to claim 590. So back to
Well, now the
North
king of diamonds
responding
has
with
lost
that
to the ace,
hand.
yes.
So North
Well,
responding
maybe
with that
this was
hand ended
okay
up getting
anyway.
him in a different way. Okay, so he's going to claim 590. So Kai, we can go to the other. Well, if we want to see, I think the audience, well, maybe they wanted to see him claim the 590, but he will. So let's look at the other table here.
Still flawed.
Okay, this was the deal where Declarer did not give himself a chance to finesse against the jack of clubs. Same contract, probably the same auction. Yeah, in effect, 1-0 transfer. All right, and probably the same diamond lead. And Declarer took the ace jack of diamonds, drawing a spade from dummy, rough the spade and dummy, club to the queen. But you would think this is going to be the same 11 chicks, 450. So the South player, Kevin Rosenberg, I mentioned earlier, his parents are Michael and Debbie Rosenberg, both, world champions and great players themselves. I saw Michael this year and I asked him about his son. I said, Michael, Kevin, is he getting really good, like top level? And Michael said, yes. Like the way he said it sounded like Kevin is really there as like a top player. Okay, so this board's going to be halved at 450, probably, I would guess 450 at most tables in this event. And we'll get to see the board 15, where it was 4 spades doubled, or hearts doubled, whatever it was doubled.
Yeah, sorry, I think De Clero was fine the way he was playing. I'd forgotten that North had actually responded a spade. My worry was that South might have 4 spades, but I think in fact De Clero was okay. So, but still, there was the possibility if North had put the 8 of hearts on it, the first trick, that he might not have been.
So we'll get to see again if North responds. Again, I said I would not. David seemed to think he might respond. I'm not sure you gave a definitive answer, David, as to whether or not you would respond.
I think I probably would, simply on the grounds that I mean, if partner opened a diamond or something, then I never would. But if partner respond a spade, but I mean, a club could just be, absolutely ridiculous contract, and the opponents not have a game. But as you say, I mean, the fear is that, you saw what happened. We did respond, and then they got to 4 hearts, and South doubled it because he had 3 aces, and partner had produced a response, and so maybe he should have a trick or the semblance of a trick, and he never did. Except he almost did, but he squandered it at trick 1.
I just find that the opponents hardly ever defend one club. Now, sure, at this vulnerability, it's tempting, but I mean, how often do you see one club, they just
I
always
agree.
balance, is what I find.
Maybe I should be less worried about the prospect of being left in a club. On the other hand, bidding for one reason or another sometimes just seems to work when passing wouldn't work. But I agree this was a counterexample. Bidding got South to double a cold game. Yeah, they may
So
play a
two-no trump
different
and
game.
balancing seat, two-no balancing seat shows roughly 19-ish. I like that choice by Bromley. Gets the hand up your chest. Yeah, you have a 5-card heart suit, but
Yeah, I'm sure that'll just get
well,
raised to 3-no trump, and 3-no trump will get a club lead, and Declarer will play diamonds and get 2 clubs, 3 hearts. Sorry, 2 clubs, 3 diamonds, and 5 hearts for 10 tricks, which in a normal run of events would win the board.
right.
So it would be a triumph for
He's gonna get a
responding.
beautiful 430. Beautiful 430, and think he has a great result against 420 and lose the board.
So the jury is still out on whether responding worked or it didn't. Not responding let them play 3-no trump, which was a better contract than 4 hearts. Responding kind of drove them into 4 hearts instead, but also got partner to double it and lost the board anyway. But I still think, as we were saying earlier, not putting on the 8 of hearts at trick 1 might also have lost the board in a very, very strange sort of way.
So when balancing seat, there's no preempts. That's why 2-no doesn't show red suits unusual. In balancing seat, all jumps show good hands. This is, someone was suggesting this on the broadcast on Thursday. What if, like, someone should just like go over to Bramley and say, making 7 or down 9. It's irrelevant. It's just so funny that, well, I guess, what would making 7 be? 520. He lost 590. Yeah. It's like you want to tap him on the shoulder and say, don't even bother. It's irrelevant what you do. It doesn't matter how many tricks you take, whether you take 0 or 13, you're going to lose the board. But you can't do that. He's going to have to play it out and fight for every trick, and he's totally wasting his time. Board is lost. So that being said, Kai, why don't we look at another table where maybe it'll matter what someone does? This is going to be pretty boring to watch him in 3-no. Let's see, Nickel and Cats, Greco and Hampson. 2 hearts by East. So how did the bidding go that East got to only 2 hearts? 1 no by South. So South opened no trumpies, doubled to show a good hand, and they missed their game. All right. So, and the other table in this match. So East is going to be 2 hearts making 4, probably. And the other table in this nickel match, let's see what happened on board 15.
Exact same thing. This is the other table.
Club by South, pass, best, double, 2 clubs. So both tables in this match are playing 2 hearts. So we watched 3-no making 4, which is kind of 430, and we watched 4 hearts double making 590 in one match. And this match, 2 hearts at both tables. And there's a big battle for the extra over trick, because Declarer might try to trump a club in dummy. And if he tries to trump a club in the West hand, he makes only 9 tricks. Whereas he can make 10 tricks. So this could be a swing, 140 and 170. Or 170 and 170, or 140 and 140. So full board at stake in this match, depending on the 2 hearts, how many tricks Declarer makes. So the other table, they made 10 tricks. And in the table we're watching, it looks like 10 tricks also.
Yeah, it seems like the decision was already made.
Yeah,
It?
the trumps are gone. The trumps are gone. So yeah, this is the same 170. This is going to be push at 170. So David, we got to watch this board 15 in the nickel match. Both declarers reached only 2 hearts, and
Right.
both are going to make 10 tricks. So we're going to see 170, 170 in this match. So
And the
notice
auction to 2
Woolsey,
hearts was
well, South opened a strong no trump at one table, and
okay.
at the other table, South opened a club, and East showed a strong hand, and West never raised at both tables.
Well, I was
You
going
know,
to say,
that's
I
what's
mean,
so
at
can be
the
frustrating.
table we watched, East only overcalled 2 hearts after a club pass a spade. But as you say, West raised when, okay, West had 3 trumps, but otherwise he had a pile of junk. He must have been a bit surprised to find that the contract was as good as it was. So
Woolsey and
even when it
Bramley
looks as though,
on the East-West cards, making 430. If it was imps, that would be a good result. They'd win 6. If it was match points, their plus 430 would be like a 90% board. And in this form of scoring, they're going to make 430 and lose the board. It can be so frustrating, this board match. You think you've won the board and you lose the board. So we're halfway through the session.
yes, yeah, 15 boards. We don't know who's winning, do we? Because there's not a running score. Everybody, it's all done at the end. At the final tomorrow, we will know who's winning because there'll be sort of barometer scoring.
This is Bramley making his 430, which he's gonna, when I used to play board a match, I would estimate, I'd write down 430 and I'd write down on a scale, I'd estimate on a scale of 0 to 4, 4 being a top. I would consider plus 430. I probably write down a 3 because I was conservative. I used to, it should be
three and a
3.5.
half. I think
Should be 3.5.
I'd give that, yes.
Yeah, I'd say it should be three and a half out of
then you'd
4.
use an 8 scale.
But I would go 0 to 4, and I'd always be conservative, and then I'd add it up at the end, and then I'd add a board because I knew I was always, I'd estimate a little on the low end, then I'd add it up, and it was pretty accurate. But in board and match, you're wasting your time anyway, because here you'd estimate 3.5 out of 4, and you lose the board for 430. You can match point your score against you. You could look at the score sheet, and sometimes I would do that. I don't know why I'd waste my energy, but I'd match point our game just to see if it really seemed like a decent game. You might have what you think's a good game, and you compare with your teammates, and out of 30, you only have 12. Yet you think you have 18 at your table. That can happen, and vice versa.
I don't know whether they have a break at halftime. It's, as you say, it's a long event.
No,
40
well,
boards,
I don't think so.
27 boards. A lot of bridge. Especially for some of these guys who had the Soloway, which is a newish knockout teams event. Those in the later stages of that, and then the Reisinger, they've been playing a lot of really tough competition for a whole week.
Well, normally in these events, they do have like a hospitality break, like when it's a pair game, like after a third of the way through and 2/3 of the way through, they have a slight hospitality break. All right, so we're on to the 6th round. We're watching Nichols team here. 2 clubs by West. What is that? With 18 points? What am I missing here? In what system does West maybe balanced 18-19 balanced?
Clubs used as 18-19 balanced. I've seen it used as even a multicolored kind of thing. I don't think anybody's playing one of those. Whatever it means, it doesn't seem to have put North-South off. We've charged up to 4 diamonds and they're combined 11 count already.
Al Hollander, can you figure out what the heck 2 clubs means? That's not one of the nickel pairs.
I was just gonna say, if it's bocce, his old system, Big Bang, did use 2 clubs as balanced 18-19, but it did not allow five card major. So maybe they roll in balance 2021 to the two club opener. I just don't know. I haven't been able to get convention cards for either of those pairs.
All right, so here in four spades, Singleton heart lead, and on this layout, Declare has to lose only the two aces. Everything's friendly. I think Declare is going to win the 10 and play a spade up. He wants to, this is definitely a draw trump hand, and you might as well start spades from the dummy. So he'll win the 10, I would think, and lead a spade to his king. North will take it and lay down the ace of diamonds and be very disappointed. What is going on here? He won the first trick in his hand to lead a spade out of his hand. Doesn't that seem strange that you wouldn't let the 10 of hearts win and lead towards your spades? Very strange. Okay, but that doesn't, why would Declare want to lead spades out of his hand instead
I
of
was
from the
thinking about
east?
that. I was also thinking about the auction, that why would Declare not win there? Why so? I guess he didn't want to tip his hand. I guess he didn't want the opponents to know, one of the opponents to know he had ace, king, queen, jack, fifth of hearts. If he wanted it in his hand, they wouldn't know that, and he was prepared to give up whatever advantage there was to leading a spade from the dummy to conceal the heart layout. I don't know what other holdings North would lead the 9 from, but that's the only thing I can think of. He just wanted to obfuscate the heart position, didn't want to make it completely clear at trick 1. To whoever defender it might not be clear to already.
In a trade for playing the spade up, that doesn't seem possible to me, but okay, I guess that's the only thing we can come up with. All right, so East has an opening bid and West has 17, so possibly they get to 6 spades, which is sort of an okay contract.
It is an okay contract, whether or not. I mean, the spades aren't breaking, but the club finesse is right. And, well, again, you're sort of looking at these very little trump pips. Because if Declare tries to rough hearts in the dummy, then North 6 and 5 and 3 even of spades might have roles to play. It's 2 of spades.
And you don't need the club finesse. You don't really need the club finesse because you have 3 discards on the diamonds. So it's ideally you'd want to play from West, because if you play from East and they lead a club,
they can lead a club and give you a tough problem.
Right. If you play from West, you can keep that. You don't have to worry until late in the day. So yeah, 6 spades by West is a good spot. 6 spades by West.
2 clubs on the previous hand. Maybe there's some special. No, it's only a 14 card East has.
Going back to
I guess he won't have anything special.
Going back to 16, assuming a 1 heart opener, do you bid to no trump with that North collection at favorable?
At favorable, yeah. Yeah, favorable, absolutely. I suppose South might save in 5 diamonds, which would lose 2 clubs, a diamond, a heart, a spade. Maybe it's a good save, 500.
Maybe it's a good save. But I would probably not bid to no trump with those North cards, but I understand people who would. But 2 aces in defense are not great suits. I don't know.
Here we have a game forcing 1-0 response, which
East West must be playing some real stuff. This looks Italian to me.
Well, a lot of people, they play transfers over 1 club.
Scaloni, of course. Yes, I've seen these guys before. Maybe 2 clubs. No, I don't think it's those guys. There was some pair who played the 2 clubs, showed a good hand, but it always had at least 4 spades, and with some other hand you did something else. But this auction I won't understand. Anyway, it's
No,
got
unless
West a bit
Al
spades
saves
first,
us.
whatever else it's done.
Yeah, a number of the Italian pairs are playing a relay. One no as a game force relay. I just don't know the response structures.
Okay, well, whatever it
So
means, it got West a bit spades first. So if they reach six spades, they reach it from the right side. And you'd think after this kind of start to the auction, they're going to pretty much bid it anyway, because sooner or later West will know that East has the shape he has and the high cards he has. And he won't know about cards like the 10 of spades, the 9 of spades, even something like the 10 of clubs, all of which make a big difference to how good the contract is. But no, this isn't in the script. He's just decided to settle for game, given what he knows, and decided to play no trumps because his side's got 1,000,000 points. But that I wasn't expecting.
something.
He must have
I would
heard
guess something
a
went
response
wrong.
that caused him to write off a slam immediately.
Yeah, but why not play in spades?
Okay.
Something went. I don't know. It's as if something went wrong. Let's switch to the other table. I like that idea, Kai, because it'll be more interesting to watch the playing six spades, which will be a full. I mean, three no is just a question of over tricks, and if they get to six spades, nickel and cats. So three diamonds is some sort of a splinter, mini splinter, I guess, because four diamonds. What this probably means is four spades, short diamonds, and enough for the 3 level or 5 level. Like a four diamonds, one club, one spade, four diamonds would say I've got enough for game like 20-ish, 19-ish. Three diamonds is typically less, something like this. Extras, short diamonds, perfect for this hand. And nickel doesn't like the diamonds. So I stopped in four spades. So
Well, they might as well be in six spades. I mean, if they make 480, they'll win the board. If they make 450, they'll lose it, because 3-0 trump will certainly make 11 tricks.
you think
I
so?
say
11
certainly
tricks?
will almost as certainly as not make 11 tricks. So they need to make 12 in spades, regardless of the fact that they're in slam. Otherwise, they may well lose the board.
Yeah, no trump, which we left the other table, but let's say in no trump, they work on spades. Well, they could play ace and another. That would be fatal, wouldn't it?
Well, they
Assuming they
don't
leave the
have to,
queen of
because
spades.
at the other table, which I'm watching on my other screen, they're actually in no trump, but because there was a relay auction, nobody knew anything. So North just led fourth highest of his longest and strongest, which happened to be the 3 of spades.
Yeah, so North, East, West will take 3 spade tricks in no trump. 4 diamonds is 7, 2 hearts is 9, and 2 clubs is 11.
So they'll make 11 pretty much for certain, sure. And so this guy, I mean, Nickel, who's playing it, isn't he? Needs to
Yeah.
make 12 tricks regardless of whether he's in 4 or 6.
You would think 12 tricks, but how is he going to lose anything other than the spade trick? Okay, so he's probably going to duck this 9 of spades, lose the trick now. It gives you much more control than. It's kind of complicated, actually.
Kolesnik and Lee made it to six spades east west.
Sorry, who did?
Kolesnik and Lee from the Platnik team.
Okay.
They
Did
bid
they
it.
make it?
The play is currently ongoing. They've lost the 10 of spades, and that's pretty much it. It seems like he can make it.
Can he? I mean, suppose he ducks this trick,
At the Greco
which, as
Hampson
Larry says,
table.
keeps control of stuff.
Mm, double
But
dummy is
suppose
saying
West
down
wins
one.
and plays. West can play a wooden shoe now, and I don't see.
At the Greco
He
Hampson
can't play that
table.
wooden shoe. No,
They're
he
in
can't play
3-0,
that
but
one.
you want to see the first trick.
All West had to do after he won the 10 of spades was play a spade back. And I don't see how de Clara could make 12 tricks.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well. Okay, we're looking at the table in, oh, this is the table in 3-0 trumps. Can we look at the table that's in
Trump,
6
yeah,
spades?
that's just going
The
to take for a
operator
6.
corrected it. It used to be 3 of spades, 2 of spades, 5 of spades, 4 of spades.
Okay, that was not the right play.
5 diamonds double down 1100. So much for me saying it might go down only 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh, wonder why it was down 1100. That you can see on the bottom right, Al, you asked about the 2-0 unusual. South did save him 5 diamonds doubled and I guess lost control, but oh, maybe they got overruffed in clubs. I don't know. Anyway, back to 6 spades.
Back to 6 spades, and don't see how de Clara is going to make this. That diamond won't cash. And surely this dummy's got a loser at the end of all this.
All right. So we
he's
see Brink
just
and Driver north south, who just won the Soloway, teams on the Zimmerman team.
He needs this diamond to cash, and it isn't going to. Rough over rough, and he's got a heart loser at the finish, no?
Well, some loser. Club loser, really.
I mean, he couldn't. Well, I mean, he can at this table, but he couldn't make 12 tricks by running the 9 of spades. That.
Well, there were certainly ways to make 6
by
spades.
Going up with the jack is what I don't know.
There were ways to make it, but it's hard to say how you should play it.
Oh, absolutely, yes, but
Yeah, this is just down 1 here.
In the other match, 6 spades is played once from west, once from east.
Yeah, so the other table is currently in 6 spades by east. Do we want to switch to that table or do we want to look at this new board?
Well, let's do the new board and maybe go back to that. We can stay
Okay.
here for this new board. All right, so
seriously
South
enough,
has
he
a
might make 6
Flannery.
spades on this new board as well.
South has a
South this
Flannery
time,
type
but
hand. Well, yeah,
guess
not a 6 spades you'd want to be in, but with
it's
spades breaking,
not a superb contract. You'd have to guess how to play the hearts and all this sort of thing, but
yeah, if you guess to start hearts from north, heart to the king, and then duck a heart on this layout, you can make 6. It just seems like you would start hearts from the south hand, though. There's more positions you can pick up.
I'm sure you would. I'm not suggesting for a moment they'll be in 6 spades, or they'll make it if they do. So 1 heart, 2 clubs, no doubt initiates relays of some sort.
Yeah, 2 clubs is a game force relay. 2 hearts shows 4 spades.
Okay.
4 spades,
Meanwhile,
2 spades asks, and 3 clubs shows 5-4 with a minimum.
Table we were watching on the previous board, Nickel, who was effectively in 6 spades because if he only made 450, he would lose the board anyway. Has played roughly the same as we saw earlier, and lost a trump and a trick in the wash later on. So he only scored 450, so that's a win for Galley.
Yeah, for their 460. Yet Nichols 450 would have won the board against the six spades down one. You just don't know how to estimate 450. It's win, lose, or tie.
I'm assuming, for the sake of all this, that 10 is actually a win in the Reisinger. Some border match events it's not, but
Oh yeah, 10 is a full win.
well, you're quite right too, in my humble opinion. Playing border match with 450 being the same as 460 is not the same at all. North presumably doing a lot of question asking, and South
Well, if North knows his partner has a 4-5-2-2 minimum, you would think he's not interested in slam, and he's just would place the contract. No,
well, Jack of Hearts in addition, it'd still have a minimum, and King Jack, 5th of Hearts, and slam would not be bad. I don't know how he finds that out. I don't know how he finds out.
The Jack of Hearts, Jack of Spades would be.
Jack, well, both Jacks, slam would be truly excellent, but Jack of Hearts, just even 10 of Hearts, wouldn't be bad. But I mean, again, then you need trumps 3-2 plus a break or two, so maybe he'll pack it in. I don't know how much he's been able to find out.
So I get
It's like
asked a lot by my students, how do you, that was probably some relate, how do you know whether to play the 4-4 or the 5-3? And the answer takes too long. But I can tell you this, as a teacher or a writer, and David, I don't know if you've thought about this, I don't like showing 4-4 contracts. It's very hard to analyze because you don't know who's the master hand. So in my teaching, I prefer to use a 5-3. It's much easier to teach and write about and explain and analyze.
Yes, there's certainly 4-4 fits are more prone to being complicated ones to play. You're never sure whether to cross rough or. I mean, when you've got a side 5 card suit, what to do with it? Do we draw trumps and rely on it, or do we scramble around and try and rough tricks and things? I completely agree. 4-4 as opposed to 5-3. Maybe 4-4 produces more tricks, but it's a damn sight harder to make them sometimes.
More complicated to analyze.
Absolutely. Anyway, no slam here, so just a question of over tricks again. Who's declarer? North's declarer is a result of all these vagaries, and it's hard to see South East leading other than the Jack of Clubs, although if he's got a lot of information from the relays, maybe he'll start a diamond somehow, but I don't see it. He's no doubt asking a bunch of questions what the bidding means. And bus driver, well, that's the thing about 4-4 fits. They do start on your side suit straight away in case things break badly. Most of your students would have drawn trumps by now, I think, Larry.
Right. And sure, I like set up the side suit first. There's no rush to draw the trump. If hearts are 4-1, so what?
You might have thought about pitching a diamond loser on a pull-up. That could have entered the considerations.
Well, there's no hurry to.
There's no rush. I guess they've let a club, so yeah. No, sorry, I was waffling. I thought maybe they'd let a diamond after all. I was thinking they might, but
Well, now you have to pitch your. Now you have to take your diamond pitch, right? There was right, but a thing a lot of players might do is pitch that diamond right away after the club lead, but there was no rush to do that. He can show trump now, take his pitch, go back to hearts, and a pretty boring 650. So we're gonna go to some other table and maybe see something interesting. This is about to end 650, 11 tricks.
I don't know if we know how many, whether, have we seen a single 980 on board 17 yet? Guys keeping an eye on all these boards for us. I don't know whether anybody's actually made 6 spades.
So this is 4
No
spades
one in
by
the view
north.
graph.
Not on the view
So
graph
4
tables,
spades.
okay.
This is 4 spades. It's gonna be the same 650 here, so nothing exciting. Anything else we can look at? Oh, you know what I'd like to see, Kai? Can we go back and see if we could see that 5 diamonds double down 1100?
What?
Why it wasn't down 5? Why it wasn't down 500? That was board 16 in the other match.
It looks like that table closed.
Board
So,
16.
there it is. It has it on
There
the
it is.
other table
Okay.
here, so we can look at
Yeah,
this.
let's see
So
what
can we
happened to
get to it
5
from the other
diamonds
table?
doubled. Because if it was down 3, it was a good save.
It's loading. I don't know if it's gonna, there it is.
All right, so the lead was King of Hearts. South was in 5 diamonds doubled. All right, in the bottom right corner.
And then just went
Yeah,
plain.
I
I guess
lost
the view graph operator, I guess, had to catch up.
Too bad, because I could see it going down 500, which against 650 is 620. I mean,
Like all other
650.
tables are in 4 spades on board 18.
Just having a look. I don't normally cheat in this fashion, but on board 16, GIB, the greatest card player in the world, could only have made 7 tricks and diamonds with the north-south card. So it looked as though it was going down 800, and 1100 was because the Clara got fed up.
How can you click GIB when? Oh, I see what you did. You went.
There's a thing called Bridge Helper, one of these add-ons that you get, and in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen, it sticks in how many tricks everybody can make in anything. And it sticks in that North-South can only make 7 tricks in diamonds on their card. So it looks like he was booked for 800, even if he played perfectly, as long as they defended perfectly.
Because I'm seeing,
I don't know
diamonds. Can you see me thinking he might lose only the 2 clubs,
Oh,
1
yeah,
heart,
I
1
could
spade,
see
and 1
why.
diamond? So something must happen.
Well, let me
Well, can't it
resort to another
go
one.
at some point? Can it go club and then West is going to get their king of diamonds, and then East is going to get their queen of diamonds, and then they also get a heart and a spade.
It says that if the defenders lead and continue hearts, I don't know what they actually did. They're kind of rough, and I don't know what you want him to do, but
Well, maybe the spade goes away. The club, if they don't start with the king, if they start with the king of spades, you can place in a diamond. If they start club, and then queen of clubs,
Well, they just got a bunch of club winners in
and
their
then
hand
switch
now.
to spades. Yeah, I'm just seeing if South can get rid of the spade. Get rid of the spades on the clubs if they don't attack. But it looks like clubs, starting with clubs, would be able to get that extra trump trick.
Yeah,
But down
'cause they don't.
5.
Yeah, I don't know how they went down. Maybe
well, if the defenders, according to I'm down 5, looks like the Clara just jacked a trick. But best defense, according to the double dummy analyzing thing, says that the defenders should just play major suits whenever they're in, and the Clara can't take more than 7 tricks. And I'm prepared to believe it. I don't know. I can't give you more details, I'm afraid, but that's what it says. As soon as he bid 5 diamonds, he was booked for minus 800, assuming everybody played perfectly.
if only we could see inside the mind of Gibb.
Well, it'll tell you what can't be done. I'm not going to look at it massively deeply, but
Been
Anyway,
around about
that's its
25
that's its
years
verdict.
now.
It says that bidding 5 diamonds was a mistake. You should not have done it. You will go for 800, and we'll go for another one as well, just to punish you.
Well,
So
it
we're waiting
seems,
now for around 7, I guess.
yeah, we're waiting. We've got a lull. You said you wanted to say something about friends in Atlanta, Larry?
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you. About Atlanta, I noticed more than ever. I was watching the Soloway and the last two. None of my friends were in it. It's like all European. It was all well, and the blue ribbon pairs. The top 5 pairs were from outside of North America, and in the Soloway, like all of the teams at the end were from outside of North America, and yeah, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just observing. I don't know if they're playing better outside of America or this is a bad week for Americans. But I was remembering, like when I used to play in these events 30 years ago, it was so much easier. I mean, it was just none of these top players from North America were here. What a difference, especially this year. Okay, so board 19. Went to round 7. You would think North's going to be in 3rd seed and open a strong no trump. I wouldn't come in vulnerable with East. I could see it going 1-no pass to West, and I would balance with the West hand even at these colors because 5-5. And you
Depending on who East West are. Okay, so I saw East West were Australians. I guess that part of Sartaj Hans's team. I wondered whether they might have a gadget that they'd open with the West End and whether they'd dare use it vulnerable against not. I guess West is, I don't know whether we can see.
East-West aren't in yet, but North-South are Platnick and Rosenberg.
Oh, Kevin Rosenberg again and Brian Platnick. East-West, let's see, Hans.
So the reason I'd balance, even though earlier I said vol against not's the wrong colors, but 5-5 and your partner is marked with values, and not only is he marked with values, but he's usually going to have support for spades or diamonds, because if he had like a heart club hand, he might have come in himself. So there's a lot of merit and safety, and it's just winning action to balance with that West hand. I don't know if you agree with me, David, but I would give up
nice
bridge
if you
if
could
I
balance
asked out 1-no.
with 2 diamonds to show diamonds in a major. What he's going to have to do is balance with 2 spades to show spades in a minor. That's less safe, because if spades is not your best fit, diamonds happens to be instead, you won't find that.
Right.
South now has to protect his sides, likely plus in 1-no trump. How he goes about it, I'm not sure.
Probably 2-no trump. What's the difference between 2-no trump and double? I suppose 3 clubs, but you'd want to bring both minors into the picture. A lot of partnerships.
He could pass and hope that.
I don't think.
And hope that he gets 200.
No.
If he doubles, that's almost certainly for takeout, and his partner won't pass it. Although 2 spades doubled. Let's see. Won't play all that well on trump. Declare he'll get a couple of clubs and a heart, and well, maybe he'll get 3 spades and a diamond. Maybe he'll go down 1, but even that's 200.
I don't think he's going to pass. I wouldn't pass. I'd be afraid of -110, and anything's going to be better than -110. So I would balance now. Even the most experienced partners won't know, is 2-no natural or is 2-no takeout. I used to always forget how I played this with David Berkowitz. It would be in the notes, and I'd forget. Is it natural or is it takeout?
I don't know what North's going to think it is, but I think he's going to pass it.
Regardless, yeah. Queen of spades lead against 2-no.
Yeah, I mean, West got a spade lead against 2-no trump, which was a damn sight better than getting a heart lead against 1-no trump.
Yeah, another reason to balance is, your partner's going to make the wrong lead against 1-no. So Queen of spades lead, and declarer's not going to be too happy. He'll work on clubs. and probably guess them wrong. He'll probably lead a club to the queen and ace, and now even if he sets up the clubs, he won't have. He's going to have 3 club losers. He won't have be able to run clubs.
Just a quick
Well,
passing
probably
note. Sorry. Michael Wibley sitting east is from New Zealand. The rest of the team is from Australia.
I was going to say, I was reading something about Michael Wibley and became New Zealand's first world grandmaster, I think, not all that long ago. Good for him. And Neville
watched them in
Edgton,
these.
younger player, but
I watched them in the solid way. We did the Viewgraph when they beat Mextroth and Dave Berkowitz and the Levine team in the round of 16.
no, Nanny Young and Sartan Hans at the other table.
And then they lost to Zimmerman in the round of 8.
Larry, is it strange to you that Berkowitz is playing in the Swiss instead of this event?
No, not at all. The other event, the North American 3-day Swiss, has gotten stronger every year, and a lot of the teams, especially at the sponsor's wish, prefer the Swiss team. It's much more enjoyable, relaxing, comfortable. So a lot of the pros are in the Swiss. The Swiss has become a very strong event, opposite this event. So much more relaxing. Like these contracts we just watched for these over tricks. No one cares about them in the Swiss.
I was actually able to hit the top 10 twice in the 1980s, but the field was nothing like it is now in the North American Swiss.
This is a bit accident prone. I wonder if Wibley will think to himself, suppose my partner has ace
Oh
double.
my goodness.
That's what he thought. That's what he thought.
Like that.
He saw
Oh
it
God,
here
the
first.
crash of 23.
Well, he's still got the 6. So, yeah. I mean, tough. I mean, if I mean, could be pretty sure that North didn't have the ace, so West had it. And if West had doubled an ace, then he needed to go in with his king of clubs and clear the spades and all the rest of it. Now he needs to, well, his teammates will tell him he needs to go back to New Zealand.
How many West players do you know, David, who it goes Jack of clubs, your partner's agonizing and you're ready to kill him, and then he puts up the king and you're really ready to kill him. How many West players could calmly, nicely win that ace of clubs like it's any other trick? And how many of them would have a little body language on the ace of clubs?
John Martel was saying that Michael Wibley, who apparently volunteered to be a viewgraph operator last time because his team didn't make the final, is one of the nicest guys. Edgton, I don't know so well, but she's right about Wibley. I met him when he was New Zealand were having a really big run in a tournament in Lyon where the United States won a really close World Championship final, but the New Zealanders had got to the semi-final and they were well, that exceeded their expectations, but they were super guys, super players. Edgton, well, he's younger than his teammates, but he's now been around quite a long time. He'll understand why his partner did it. He'll know, and he'll realize that, you know, if I'd had ace in one club, that would have been a great play as it is. You know, we're going to look a bit off clowns, but I don't think he'll mind too much.
Well, on my bridge cruises and my classes, especially husbands and wives, that ace of clubs play would come with a lot of emotion and histrionics and eyebrows and all sorts of nonsense, all sorts of not pleasantries.
Yes.
So North Declarer knows the club layout, but he can't do anything about picking up the rest of the 9-8 and the 6, but he'll still clear the clubs, I guess. And maybe he's thinking of playing hearts for. The question is Declarer play on abandon setting up that last club and play on hearts?
Well, he may play diamonds. He can be pretty sure.
No, he doesn't want to play diamonds. That's West's entry.
Yeah, but I mean,
West spades
it's
are good now. So he might play on. He might win this and play on hearts, or it's
he
not
might
clear
just carry on
whether to
setting
play
up
on
the
hearts.
clubs if he believes. Well, yeah, okay, he knows. He knows West only has one king.
But
He's
East
still
can
okay
duck
there, isn't
this.
he? He's got two clubs, three hearts, two spades, and a diamond. He's got 8 tricks, which is what he needs. Because, well, no, it's not what he needs. He needs 20 tricks because at the other table they played 2 spades doubled and went down a trick. So North South were plus 200. So it didn't matter whether Wibley led through Tuno Trump or he didn't. His team's going to
He's
win.
wasting his time here.
He's well, not exactly wasting his time, but
Well, it turns out. So that crash of the king and the ace of clubs was irrelevant,
it was.
completely
Yep, yep.
harmless.
He'll be forgiven for it quicker than he might have been in different circumstances, put it that way. Tiger Bridge
It's funny at
by
match.
Hansen hung at the other table to wallop 2 spades and sit for it and beat it a trick. I mean, beating it a trick was maybe not so difficult, but
At match point scoring, which I haven't. Excuse me, David. At match point scoring, which we haven't talked much about, a play like that king of clubs crashing the ace, it's going to cost you because it's compared at every other table, and it's going to be big. But in this form of scoring, it might so many times it's irrelevant. It gets lost in the wash of either 0 or 1. But in match point scoring, all these plays and tricks always are going to factor.
yes, and you were asking about how happy West would be or unhappy or otherwise. I mean, these guys know that you never know until you compare. So when they see that minus 120 was the same as plus 50 or plus 100 or whatever they could have gotten, okay. Not much point in being worried about it until you compare with your teammates just to see. I must say, to double 2 spades and beat it a trick, that's 9 tricks in Tuno Trump. You'd have that down as a win. Even you'd give that 3.5 out of 4.
They had to double it though. If they just set it 100,
they had to double it. Yeah, they had to double it and beat it. And nervous time.
So East West will play probably no trump partial, maybe get too high to 3-no. East could upgrade to 2-no. If that's just 20 to 21, he says 19 in a 5-card suit, and then West sort of tempting to respond. Because if you find a major 4-card spade suit, your hand, I think West will use Stayman and look at to 3-no.
Yeah, you could have a 4-4 spade fit or a 5-3 heart fit. Even your singleton club and queen of hearts could be enough to help partner make game. It's hard to seal past Tuno Trump. Kevin Rosenberg not looking forward to being on lead to whatever he's on lead to. You push out a double to the heart because everything else is so revolting.
But I need to get up and stretch. Should I turn off my camera? There's currently a lawsuit against ACBL because one of the board members on a Zoom call. He stood up and he wasn't wearing much, and he actually got in trouble, and there's a lawsuit over it. I'll stop my video and stretch.
I'd turn the camera off, Larry. That's definitely
well.
the right.
Hey, I'm in Florida. Well, I'm wearing shorts. It's Florida, but it's warm here.
Well, West trying to think what the best to do. I'm sure that ace of clubs and king of clubs have gone from his mind. He's thinking, why have I got another decision? Not that the last one was his decision, it was his partner's, but Thing about border match, you face decision after decision after decision, and doesn't matter how good or how bad your hand, you can't sit back and relax.
Never, not any time. You just can't. Every trick could be a win or a loss.
Okay, he's gone with whatever flavor of statement it is he's playing. 3 clubs, 3 diamonds. If he bids 3 hearts now, he's playing some sort of puppety stuff. Wow, that was what he decided to do.
Interesting.
Maybe he was
So
just
plain
playing
old
4
statement.
card statement and decided that 3 diamonds would be a better contract than 2 no trump. That I wasn't thinking he would do. That's quite a big position. Of course, partner, if it was just ordinary 4 card statement, which I'd be surprised because so few people play nowadays, then he had something going for him, because unless partner's the dreaded 3-3-2-5, or of course partner could be something like 2-3-2-6 these days, diamonds will be a decent spot. Whether it is a decent spot.
Same auction in the other room.
Wow.
Okay.
But it's like if your partner opened 1 no trump, David, if your partner opened 1 no trump, wouldn't you bid 2 clubs and pass anything?
I would, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Every day of the week.
So same concept, same concept here.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, here, if partner opened 1 no trump, you'd think, well, he probably can't make that. So let's hope he's got a bit of a diamond fit. When partner opens 2 no trump and you've got a 4 count, you're not so afraid that 2 no trump is going to be down in aces and kings. You might just pass it if you're going to go the low road. But he was guessing that either partner would bid a major and that would be playable, or diamonds would be playable. I can't say what would have happened to 2 no trump. I guess South would lead a heart because everything else is so yucky. And how they play a amazingly convoluted business. Ace and queen of diamonds, and South might even duck that because he wouldn't know you didn't have ace queen 10. I suppose if you did it, playing 2 no trump, it's far too convoluted for me to work out what might happen.
Cats did make 2 no trump.
Who made it?
Cats in the other match.
Well played. Whether Wibbly would have done or not, we don't know. But if 3 diamonds goes down, which it certainly figures to do, I don't see how Declare is supposed to avoid losing 5 tricks. 2 spades, 2 trumps, and a club.
Yeah, he'll do well to go down only 1, I think.
I was going to say.
He hasn't navigated that spade suit yet. You could easily lose 3 spade tricks.
You could.
In the other match, it's sort of moot because Bakke, if that's the correct pronunciation, playing with Brogland, had a Muppet statement auction and is going down a bunch in 3 now.
That's not the companion to this board, though, right? That's not the companion at this table.
Not to this
That's
match.
not the companion.
No, the other match.
The other table is in 3 diamonds as well. They had the same auction.
I see. So now it's a question of whether 3 diamonds goes 1 and 3 no trump 2 down, maybe.
Well, this match,
Looks
both
like
tables, east-west are in 3 diamonds.
Was the big winner on this occasion, although I have to say, passing 2 no trump looks pretty anti-percentage. If you're playing 5 card statement, partner could have 5 hearts or 4 or even 5 spades. And why should 2 no trump make anyway? The other thing, though, is that if partner doesn't turn out to have a fit, you might regret bidding 3 clubs because you don't want to play 3 no trumps with left-hand opponent having doubled 3 clubs. That's going to be pretty ugly. Okay, so the same contract at the other table down one. Declarer didn't lose 3 spade tricks. Yes, South could just cash his trump and get out with a heart and let Declarer get on with it. Even if Declarer leads a low spade towards dummy, no rush for South to dive in with his ace queen.
So we're gonna go all the way up to board 30. I'm already mentally worn out. Then I guess at 3, we'll find out what time the second session starts. 27 more boards. It's, I can look it up. I think is it 3 o'clock Eastern time? There's not going to be much of a break for these players.
Right, I mean, it's the same event, isn't it? So it's not a question of waiting for other events and qualifiers and things. It's straight on with it after lunch.
Let's see here when they start.
Long day. Long day.
So who's ever playing all 57 deals today, they're not going to get much of a break. And that's to play 57 boards like this where every trick could matter is brutal. 3:30 Eastern time. 3:30 Eastern time, so less than 3 hours from now. They're going to have a very short break.
I decided to cut loose with the Queen of Clubs rather than getting on with the spade suit. Maybe the defenders would have to give him something if somebody would win this trick and not have another heart to play, but
I'm curious.
he can establish a club, but he can't get to it.
I'm curious, I don't know if we can get feedback or see the way this display is, we can see the played cards, as opposed to they're disappearing. I'm wondering if the viewers have a preference as to whether to show the played cards or not. Kai, you want to show it the other way, just so we can see what it looks like without the played cards showing? Hide played cards, so you only see what's remaining like this. That's the more normal view. I'm curious what viewers prefer, hide them or not.
I'd say if you come in the middle and you've missed the start of a hand or whatever, it's more helpful to have the played cards showing. I agree, aesthetically it's confusing. So yeah, I'd be interested in what people thought.
Oh, I don't know how to see their replies though.
One person opted for seeing the played cards as helpful.
Maybe no one's watching us anyway, so we'll get.
Everybody else doesn't care.
We currently have 176 viewers on the Twitch live stream.
Oh, and then there's some on the BBO also.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got.
John likes to see the played cards. Well, that's it then.
Yeah, we've got 3 for playing the cards. We've got Jan who likes it, so I think showing played cards wins.
Sounds like Nem Khan to me. Okay, last board of this segment, one all in point of board stuff. That's remarkable.
Now, I'd make a
Crash
takeout
appears king
double
of
with
clubs.
South's hand, but I know Mextra prefers one no. I know with only two hearts, and I know he prefers one no, and you get it off your chest. I'm more of a takeout doubler though. One no overcall here would probably have gotten doubled. Well, East might run from that. This could go redouble, depending on what it means. Now, one spade by North doesn't show any values. It could be a zero count. I think I would say one spade is North here. Because if you pass it around to your partner, and your partner doesn't have four spades, he might start getting you too crazy. So I don't know. I would just stick it. I would say one spade is North.
On the other hand, if he doesn't have four spades, then presumably he has either four clubs or five diamonds, and it might not be so terrible. And then you're right, East's going to bid two hearts, whatever North. Well, I say whatever North does. East might not bid two hearts if North passes, but I think he probably would. That's kind of, I've got a 6-card heart suit. I don't want to defend stuff unless you really do.
And it's a weak bid. When your partner redoubles, you open and your partner redoubles, and you pull in front of him. You bid in front of him. It shows a weak hand. With a stronger hand, East would pass here. So this shows a weak hand.
I got three comments from people who are watching on BBO, and they say I prefer to watch the played cards. So that's what ones.
I think West should pass. I mean, his partner opened white on red. He's got a minimum. He knows any heart finesse will lose. I think he's done enough. I think West should pass at any form of scoring. He doesn't agree with me. I mean, you're flat. You're flat.
Won't be inviting you for a game. I wouldn't mind if he did three. I mean,
partner's probably short in spades, on this auction. So your king, queen of spades are kind of semi-wasted. So I don't see that four heart bid. That's more of I don't get it.
Yeah, as I say, I wouldn't have minded three. I think passing is pretty big, but they played four at the other table, understandably.
It's not down yet. I know it went down one, but it's not fun to defend, because if South takes his ace of spades, that sets up a lot of discards for the declarer. And if South doesn't take it, that's no good either. So this won't be fun to defend. I mean, certainly with say a club lead, it would be even that. Yeah, not fun.
He took his ace of spades. And he's not going to feel all that happy about this decision when the dummy appears, but at least his partner can signal for something. I guess all of North's cards would be, I mean, some card has to be defined as I don't care what you do, I don't have anything at all, but I'm just looking to see whether after the ace of spades you actually need to shift to clubs.
Well, I would like the four of spades here, the lowest outstanding one, should show a club card. It's certainly suit preference. You're not going to say you like spades or don't like spades. So the jack would scream diamonds, the highest ranking side suit. The 4 screams clubs, and the 9 or 10 would be, less screaming for anything. So with the queen of clubs
it's just a question of what your default card is, whether it's your normal count card or whatever. But anyway, he's played the 4 of spades and he's got a club shift, and I think he needed one. I think that was necessary after the ace of spades. Sure, declarer can pitch a couple of losers.
So he continued spades. The only other choice was to continue spades, and now declarer could set up a long spade in dummies. So
yeah, absolutely.
So now declarer can win this. He can throw 2 clubs and lose 2 diamonds, or he can throw 2 diamonds and then he loses 1 of everything. So yeah, so he can't make it. He can't set up that spade in time. Yeah, I think you're right, David, that a club shift was needed.
Hmm.
So that was well done by North South to trust each other, to trust South trusted North's 4 of spades.
A position you see very often where you know exactly which 4 cards your partner has, and you can make agreements about what they all are. I mean, there has to be 1 card that partner can play, which says, I don't care what you do. I don't have anything at all. So play whatever you think's best. Once you've defined that card, then as you say, the rest of the cards can be as suit preference as you like. For some people, the 4 would just be, well, we play upside down cards, so this means I've got 4 of them and I don't care what you do. And then the Jack 10-9 would be suit preferencey stuff. But here, it's more normal for the 4 to be really low suit preference, the Jack to be really high suit preference, and the 10 and the 9 to be kind of middle cards. Anyway, after the opening lead, which was a bit nervous making, the defenders did manage to sort it out. Actually, it's there and they think he has a chance to make. If he takes a hard finesse now, he'll go down 2. And well, and why shouldn't he? Would South not double with ace 3rd of spades, ace queen of clubs, king of ace queen of diamonds, king of clubs, ace of spades? Yeah, why wouldn't he? Maybe
right, and if
3, 2, 4, 4 and a scruffy hand, he wouldn't. So declares thinking the hard finesse is very likely to be wrong. But on the other hand, I mean, you know, how can he not make his contract when the hard finesse is working? He'd look the biggest idiot in. He'd definitely have to go back to New Zealand.
well, can it hurt him to take the king queen of spades now, throwing diamonds, and then take the heart finesse?
Something like that. Yes, that's probably a better idea. Or throwing,
because, like you say, if he finesses the heart now, South knows to underlead for a diamond through, underleading clubs and get a diamond.
I'm sure he'll catch some winners and then messing odds.
Oh, he's throwing his clubs.
Well, it's okay.
He's throwing his
as long as he throws 2 cards in the same suit, he'll be all right. If he throws 1 of each, that's not so good.
Yeah, but by throwing clubs, now if the diamonds were really bad, he would have lost 3 diamond tricks. Whereas by throwing throwing diamonds makes more sense, doesn't it?
Okay.
Because he can always rough the club in the dummy.
Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Now I guess he'll just take a heart finesse unless he tries to drop a singleton king.
Is he doing this?
Well, he'll trump a club. He wants to trump a club and dummy.
Okay.
Opting to trump the club first.
And then take a heart finesse. Yeah, sooner or later.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play too many hearts before getting that club move. All right, so pushed board. This match, this 3 board round is 1.5 for each team. I'm gonna take a little stretch break, David, again, and it's all yours.
Yep.
See
Okay.
you soon. There's 30 boards without a break.
Yeah, it's a long session.
convenient that as soon as that one wrapped up, we now have suddenly another one. Got the late players and the early beginners. Just waiting for, oh, looks like the names have been put in. I'm going to refresh. Here we are.
Oh, at least they've started spelling it Crudup. I guess they ran out of letters for his surname on BBO. But what have we got? Are we so perverted that we open those East hands and no trump these days? 16 points. If you open a diamond and part of it's a heart, you can bid a spade, so no real rebid problems. But then when part of it's a no trump, are you supposed to raise him or not? Because he could have up to 10, 11 for that sequence. That's why one no trump gets open more and more often, just because of the strength of the hand, not much to do with the shape or easily rebiddable or anything like that. If you got 15, 16, 17, you open a no trump and hope nothing terrible happens, but at least partner knows how strong you are and that you're roughly balanced. So a hand that would have been opened a diamond by just about everybody not all that long ago, it wouldn't be a surprise to see a strong no trump at some tables. Whether this one, I don't know. What's South, who normally get in the auction at the slightest excuse, don't have the slightest excuse. So maybe you still open a strong no trump and get to play in two hearts. Maybe you still open a diamond and we'll get to play then. I couldn't tell you. Diamond, a heart, a spade, a no trump. Would he pass? Would he raise? Would he? Or, of course, he might not open anything at all, and then his side won't lose on the board, but there might be some fines and penalties for not taking the event seriously.
So this East hand, a lot of people open one no trump these days, but I don't like to, if my major happened to be hearts, if I were 2-4 the other way in the majors, I'd open one no to avoid a potential rebid problem over diamond pass a spade. But when my major spades, I like here, I prefer to open, what the heck?
I think the view graph operator.
I'm sure he opened a no trump, and the view graph operators just caught up.
Yeah, he must have opened a no trump and they transferred. Yeah, I would have opened a diamond because it's an easy hand to bid, a diamond, a heart, a spade. But
and you bid a spade and part of it's a no trump, and you pass or you raise, or what are you supposed to do? I mean, part could have 16. A 10 count for this auction.
Yeah, I might get us.
As I was saying
I don't
earlier,
think on this deal, certainly one no trump worked out better here. I mean, I'd much rather be in hearts than no trump. All right, I guess.
Wow, view graph really has to catch up.
Quickly, he played it quickly. Okay.
Right. All right.
So on to something exciting. He did pretty well. 140 is a decent result for.
Yeah, he had to lose the 4 top tricks. Yeah, pretty normal to make 140, I think. Although without a diamond lead, you can always king, queen of spades throwing a. Yeah. All right, anyway, 3 diamonds by South. That's what I would expect my partner to open when I pick up the north hand. And I know some of my students would respond 3-no. They say, well, my partner has the diamonds. I have everything else.
You got transportation problems, though.
East with another marginal, well, not marginal. I mean, this is marginal. Whether to double, to bid 3 hearts, to bid something else.
Well done by West. West did very well to pass. I guess West, he could have bid 3 spades. But West did really well to pass. I think he did well. Let's just make sure this goes down.
I was going to say.
Well, it's not down yet, is it? Heart,
It
club, and
is,
two
it's not
diamonds.
unhelpful, but it looks as though,
Well, maybe West didn't do well. Is this even going down?
well, the defenders can get a club and a rough and a heart, and still a couple of diamonds after that. So yes, I think in theory, or yes, at least
Maybe he
double
needed
dummy.
to
But
lead.
there's
Maybe they needed to get their rough here. Maybe this lead is the winner. Without a club, I mean, now they can get their rough and two trump tricks in the ace of hearts. If he had led something else, maybe they had to lead clubs to set it. West's pass, it wouldn't occur to me in team scoring. Would it occur to you, David, to leave in three diamonds double that imps?
no, it wouldn't. I have to say he really has done remarkable. This isn't imps, of course. If he's thinking, well, if all we can make is a part score, maybe we can get 200. He's not worried about minus 670, but I mean, he could be minus 670 against his own slam if his partner's got some sort of monster with a big spade fit or whatever. So he's done incredibly well to pass. And I must admit, I'd have put three spades. Mind you, he hasn't done so well now. I think they needed to duck that club if they were going to get that rough.
Well,
Can he
doesn't
still
he get
make?
in with the king of diamonds?
He can get in with the king of
Oh,
diamonds, but
but yeah, that he can throw it now. He can lead a
I mean, the
heart up.
cleric can lead a heart, whether or not he will. I mean, the defenders
Well,
temporarily out of touch with each other to get that rough quickly enough.
he's going to think the ace of hearts is wrong, but
He's going
with
to
it
be
being
sure it's
right,
wrong.
he can get to dummy and throw his other club. And then the diamond spots, though. See,
Or his
even if he
pips high
does play a
enough.
heart, look at yeah, they are. Let's say he plays a heart, West wins it, Declare throws the club, gets to his hand, and plays the ace of diamonds, low 9. He would then have to continue with the four of a little diamond, because if he continues with the jack, West will get a promotion with the seven of diamonds. Right.
Yes, that's true. I mean, the jack would be
So I think
kind of a concession because if the nine were a singleton, he could never make anyway. So he might find the play, is what I'm saying. But whether he plays a heart now
right. He has to
is
play hard
is
because
is
if he plays ace of diamonds, diamond, West just gets the plain old
oh,
rough.
absolutely. I mean, he has to play
Right.
hard to have any chance. But it's just a
Right.
question of whether then he can make. I think you're right. I think if he reads it from here, he can make.
Right. He plays the heart, and then when he plays eventually ace of diamonds, diamond, he's got to play ace of diamonds, low 9, and then he's got to play a little diamond out of his hand. Getting a text every minute here. We have a cruise leaving today, a regional at sea, and every minute, oh, the supplies came, they didn't come.
Oh, he played it. Three diamonds was passed out at the other table and down one.
So full board at stake, no surprise.
Mhm.
So I think he's gonna do everything we said. He's gonna throw the club, come to his hand with a heart rough, play the ace of diamonds, and see the 9. And then the moment of truth will come.
Yeah, I mean he'll know that the contract is abnormal enough that he has to play flat out. So I mean, even if the nine of diamonds was singleton, he wouldn't have a chance. I'd have to hope for it to be on a 9.
Well, what if he plays the 9 of diamonds from 9-7 doubles? It
Well,
doesn't. I think this is
that's the only thing.
one of Zia's tips is always play the 9. Or
Play
is it?
the 9 unless you must. Yes. So that's the consideration he's got.
I don't know any East who would do that. 1-9-7, maybe just giving count with a double thing, right?
But I mean, East wouldn't reopen with 9-7. That would give him a 3 something something. I mean, that would give him a horrible 9 count. He's seen all the high cards.
Right.
At best,
I think he's going to get this right. He's just trying to decide if he should cash the king of
is. I mean,
spades first.
his only, the only thing that might give him pause is would he really?
He's
got to think. Well, if the guy really would double with Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, 9-7 of diamonds, and Ace Jack third of clubs, would he really double with that 8? What's he doing here? Something that probably doesn't matter as long as he roughs another spade. Maybe he's just trying to get a count on everything.
Ace of diamonds, and then he'll have to play the 6, I think. We don't click on the double dummy. We can't even because we're watching like kind of a static screen here.
Can he? He's not going to exit with a middle diamond now, is he? When would that work?
Go ahead, Kai. You can click show double dummy. I think he can make it. Yeah, we'll leave the double dummy on, but I think ace of diamonds, 6 of diamonds is the interesting that he could play the 6 of diamonds now. He's not going to do that.
Now, what he can't do is play a middle.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to play the 6 of diamonds.
No, playing a middle diamond's absurd, but we got the double dummy once it. So okay, so he can't. Yes, he needs to play either the ace or the 6. I must say the ace. The 6 feels like a really Flash Harry sort of a play, but
well, could he be thinking here that diamonds are 5-1, that they're 5-1, and see if West has 5 of them. I mean, it could go this way at the other table. 3 diamonds, pass, double, and West could have 5 of them. So it's not like his thinking has to be, well, if I don't make it, it's irrelevant. His thinking could be they're in the same contract, same auction. Everyone's going 3 diamonds, pass, double, and West could have 5 of them, which would make more sense, maybe.
But I mean,
he doesn't know.
He
doesn't know West has got 5 left.
Cashing the ace is still okay, no?
Well, that's what he's thinking.
He's not going to make the contract, but he's not going to blow a trick by cashing the ace.
Well, what if West has, say, king, queen, 9, 5th?
That would leave East with a takeout double of the century. I suppose East would have the right shape then.
Yeah, queen, jack,
something
10,
like 3-5.
No, 4-4-1-4.
9 count.
Right, 4-5-1-3.
Yeah, right. I guess it could be.
So let's say West has 5 diamonds at this point. So let's say West has king, queen, 9, 7 of diamonds. If you play the ace and then the jack, as opposed to, that's what he's thinking about anyway. He doesn't know diamonds are 4-2. Now, Eric Greco is one of the slower players in the game. You get to know who's slow and who's not. And Greco is one of this he's on the, if we're a bell curve, he's all the way on the slow tail out here. So, one other thing about this event I haven't mentioned, David, is when you're playing a 60 board team match, and you get to a slow deal, it doesn't matter. But these are timed rounds, like 22 minutes a round. So you can't take forever. All right, here's the moment of truth now. He did not work out to play the 6. He did that very quickly. Ace of diamonds, low, 9, and he didn't think it over. Wow. So now, now comes the promotion.
I mean, West passed 3 diamonds doubled out, looking far more like a man with king, queen 5th than a man with queen empty 4th.
Yeah, but
I guess that must have been what. I mean, and if he had queen empty 4th, then Greco knew that he had. I mean, I'm sure Greco's amazed that the West hand is what it is. We were all pretty amazed that he passed a takeout double instead of pulling to his perfectly respectable 4-card major when his trump stack was queen 7 deuce.
In case there's any watch viewers who don't realize what happened here, Declare has to trump with the 10, and then West will discard, and the 7 becomes the setting trick. So that was a full board at stake. Well, look at this, a solid 9-card suit.
What a
It's one of
hand.
these deals where you can make 6 spades by West because they can't lead a club.
That's cute.
I guess
Well,
it is.
you're a chick short though. You can't make 6, but I know
You're still missing an
you can
ace.
make
You can
5
only get
though.
rid of.
You can make
You
5
can make
though,
5 spades by West because they can't lead a club.
or 5 hearts by West. Or how about 3
5 no
no? How
trumps by
about
West.
yeah,
They still
right,
can't lead it. That's where you want to
right,
play. 3 no trump by
right.
West for
A double
460.
dummy would say, right, par is 460 by West.
No, North South can save.
Uh, 5 clubs. Right,
That would be
right.
extremely
Well,
unsporting.
five, no,
Otherwise, the
5 no,
sacrifice.
5 no by West, 5 no by
5
West.
no
North
trump.
South can bid
No,
6
I think
clubs. 6 clubs is a good save, right?
6
300.
clubs is a good save.
So
Okay.
par is 6 clubs doubled.
Mm.
So it's funny, South was in 5 clubs doubled at the other table, you can see in the bottom left corner. And looking at the East-West cards, you would say, oh, good thing that we didn't go to the 5 level. We're off ace, king, ace. But sure enough, you can make the 5 level. Wow. This looks like a pushed board. I
He has a
don't
lot of
see
high
East
cards.
bidding.
He doesn't.
I don't see
He's
East
not
bidding
going
here.
to.
No.
No, he won't.
All right. Well, that's one of the sounder 5 club bids I've ever seen. It's he knows he's not going down more than 2.
Well, it might be a Trump promotion. That would be a bit unlucky.
Like the last hand, if they're 4-0
Like the last hand,
offside,
only, only the last hand was only mildly unlucky. This one would be a real stitch up if you could only make 8 of those clubs.
So considering it's a 9-card suit, this deal's going to be, I mean, it looked exciting, but it is going to be a nothing flat board. And I would think I would think 5 clubs double down 1 is the most common result. If we could look at it, should we switch to another table, David? Because this is going
By
to be
all means,
nothing.
yes. If that's,
Yeah, let's see if we can see
I
this
mean,
deal at
the
another
result of
table.
that one, I would have said, even by the standards of today, is pretty much okay.
Yeah,
So West offered
here's
what
one.
presumably is a forcing pass over 5 clubs, and it's a question of whether East is going to bid on.
Oh,
No, he didn't think it was
Oh,
forcing.
how
Well,
can
West
that
offered
be?
what he
wow.
thought was a forcing pass.
5 clubs undoubled.
East and West will
All
be having
right.
some words with each other.
Well, Kai, let's try another table. We know what's going to happen there. That's going to be a
This is,
swing because that's the only table left.
yeah,
Well,
this
that's
is
going to
the
be
last table to see.
right. So
All other tables are done.
okay, so you can see the other table was 5 clubs double down 1, so that's going to be a swing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a full board. 150 is a full board. So not doubling, plus them half a board here, east west. So this is where you have to look in your system notes at the forcing pass page.
Yeah, I mean,
And
without
my
knowing what 3 hearts
agreement with
showed, it's hard to know which of East West were at fault. I mean, if 3 hearts was, I mean, if East was intending to pass 3 spades if West bid it, then East would be entitled to think, well, I was going to pass 3 spades if he bid it, so how can I be forced to make a bid at the 5 level? That's not what it's about. West, on the
my
other hand,
agreement.
obviously.
I'm sorry. My agreement with David Berkowitz was if we made a limit raise or better, they can't play undoubled. That was the cutoff. If we made a single raise, 1 spade, 2 spades, 5 clubs, of course, that's not a forcing pass. But if it were 1 spade limit raise, then they're not allowed to play undoubled in a save.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from East's point of view, partner could have a minimum opening bid with like, I mean, if partner didn't have the king of diamonds, say, then well, then 5 clubs would just mean making, and unless the clubs were 9-0 like they are, five of a major double might be going for 500. So you can see why he thought he had a pass if he was systemically allowed to pass. Or that's why he passed anyway, for fear that the opponents had a big double minus suit fed.
Yeah, he's
but
got no
whether he was
tricks,
allowed to pass
zero
systemically is
tricks.
yeah, he could. Yeah, his hand could make no tricks, and you know, unless his partner managed to cash the right tricks, I mean, the opponents could have 13 tricks in the minus. So you can see why he's passed if he was systemically allowed to. So the question of whether he was systemically allowed to is just one for that partnership. If they had your agreement, I guess 3 hearts would show some sort of limit raise values with hearts and spades, and so he wouldn't be allowed to pass. But
And West certainly thought pass was forcing. I mean, West would have done if pass wasn't forcing. West would have doubled.
oh, if pass wasn't forcing, West was crazy to pass.
Well, it's getting a little uncomfortable here for West. He has to keep his king of spades, so he's going to have to throw a diamond. But East has, if Declara had the queen and 1 diamond, West would have just gotten himself squeezed here.
Yes, he would.
But then East could have kept the queen of spades somehow.
Yeah, I mean, East was obviously keeping something in hand. Still, I mean, not doubling it was the problem. They could have let it make 13 tricks. They would have lost the board just the same.
So at 3:30 Eastern time, I know we're going to have Jeff Wolfson. I know Bronya is going to commentate some. I'm pretty worn out. I might hop in a little bit if they need some help. David, are you done for the day after these next 6?
I'm still around. I mean, but as you say, it's been a long session. Oh, we got Andrew Gumperts, John Swanson. Oh, we got plenty of people.
Okay.
I mean, I'll certainly watch.
Well, we're going to run into your
But
bedtime.
as you say, we have to play 20, 30 boards as well, playing another 27. Hey, was that another slam? It went away too quickly. It's back again. Yeah,
I had
it's
to
another
calculate it within
slam.
that 1 second.
Well, I saw
Yeah,
East West had a
well,
lot.
you need these spades are 2-2. I
I
mean,
couldn't
the way
quite
you
see
look
that.
at these,
I could see the East West cards. I hadn't registered how good a slam it was.
I saw the spades 2-2. I mean, the way you look at this, and I've been railing for this for years, and some teachers and commentators still are making me crazy. You look at how many tricks East West will lose. You don't look for 12 tricks, and you don't say, oh, 6 spades, I see 12 tricks. You just look at the East hand and you say, well, he's going to lose a club, and our spades 2-2, and he won't lose anything else. And that's how you know it's quickly a slam. But I was watching some of the commentators the other day. It was driving me crazy. And I think they did a pretty good job. But I was watching the Soloway and the guys in 4 hearts, and they kept saying, well, where are the 10 tricks? I can't do it that way. I have to say, where are the 3 he's going to lose? All right. Well, I'm sorry I'm not analyzing this bidding because it's already halfway gone. It's complicated. It's
I don't even know who's conducting
okay.
this bidding,
Spade,
but
2
it's
clubs. Well, maybe it's not actually. This actually looks like a natural auction.
I was going to say this
Spade
could
by
easily be
East,
just natural
2
game
clubs,
forcing
2 diamonds, 2 spades. Actually, this looks like something I understand for a change. This
3
actually
spades,
looks like
4
a
clubs,
normal
lowest
auction.
control, 4 diamonds. I got a control, 4 hearts could be last training, I suppose. 4 spades. Okay, I've bid what I've said. He's got the king of hearts in reserve. I mean, he probably would have opened the bidding without it. So in a sense, he's got some extra stuff.
I would say you want to be in this slam, David. Do you know why I'm saying that? Even though a 2-2 break is unlikely? Why am I saying even though a 2-2 break's unlikely, why do I want to be in 6? Can you follow what I'm thinking here?
Well, I mean, if they don't lead a whatever, then I suppose you have a pitch.
Well, you have an extra chance. Right. If they lead a
Yes,
heart,
there
it's
is a
great.
chance.
And if they don't lead a heart, if they don't lead a club, you have that second chance. You play the ace, king of spades, and if they don't split, you have the heart, finesse, and reserve. So it's worthwhile to be in
Yeah.
this.
As a single dummy matter, it's better than a sort of double dummy analysis. Maybe the auction had told them enough.
And actually,
But
you could see they led a club, but without a club, like some tables are going to lead a heart, and they're going to make 7. So this board there could be a lot of full 1-point swings, not because you bid or didn't bid slam, but because of the opening lead. And any South player who leads a heart, they're going to be minus 510, or well, 6-7-10 or 1460. So this is a huge
1460, yes,
opening
and
lead
more than
hand.
point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So a lot of swings probably on this deal, not just in the bidding, but in the extra trick.
It's one of those that unless you play some sort of high powered relay stuff, you'll never find out. I mean, if you had ace third opposite king jack sixth, that would be a desirable slam. Ace third opposite king 10 sixth would be tiny bit undesirable, assuming the opponents would always lead a club. Ace third opposite king empty sixth is like 40% if they find the right lead.
Right. And if you have the
As
jack
I
of
say,
spades, then it's and with the jack, it's much better.
the
And,
jack
and
is
this
beautiful.
also, if North could have made a lead directing double at some point with that ace jack 10 of clubs, some relay bid or something to get off to their club lead. So that's actually a really interesting border match deal because of that extra trick being crucial.
Mm. The question is also things like even if you have king jack, if you have king jack 9, so that you can pick up full nothing onside, then the trump suit goes up to about 58%. But
So
you can't.
here's
Nobody has relay bids down to the 9.
okay, this slam is quite reasonable here. Six of anything, really. Well, not diamonds. Six of anything but diamonds. You're not going to be in spades. 6 clubs, 6 hearts, 6 no. Club finesse is on, 4 for Z9. So 6 no is easy.
Yes, and if the
8,
club finesse
9, 11, 12.
lost,
You have a
if the club
diamond
finesse
finesse in
lost,
reserve.
and yeah, 6 clubs is a tremendous contract. I mean, it's even if the club finesse loses, if the clubs break, you can pitch a spade on a heart and rough
Oh yeah,
a spade or
at imps 6 clubs, but at this form of scoring, you'd rather be in
more than
6
that,
no.
6 no trump. If the club finesse loses, the diamond finesse might work. You'd have another chance there.
Or a squeeze.
You need to
But
play
so
6
here
no
we see
trump.
that game forcing the no response again that we
That's
saw earlier.
wrong-sided
So
6 no trump, which you need to play by east to preserve all your options, because if the club finesse loses, you'd need the diamond finesse. But if they lead a diamond to trick 1 against 6 no trump,
you would
that
finesse
takes
though.
away one of your options. Of course, if they
Well,
play 6 no trump, he'll lead a spade. But
you would finesse though, because you're trying to take both finesses. So we're going to just see a lot of artificial bids now, which
it would
isn't
anyway.
much
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
I'm guessing 2-0 shows a weak, balanced hand in this range. You would think that's what it looks like. But yeah, however the auction goes, there's something about that West hand that if you are going to eventually bid 6 no, you are going to be sorry that you're the declarer. So in standard, since most of our people watching would be more comfortable with that, East would open a club, West would say a heart, and East would say a no trump. And now West, with the 18, is facing a weak no trump, like roughly 13-ish. So not clear West would insist on a slam, and He doesn't even know his partner has 4 clubs. When it goes a club, a heart, or no trump, I mean, your partner probably has 4 clubs, but in the modern style, he could be 4-3-3-3 and rebid a no trump.
Yeah, I suspect West does know that East has 4 clubs because he's denied a major, and presumably over 3 clubs he would have bid 3 diamonds if he had diamond length. So I think West knows the shape he's dealing with opposite. There wouldn't be much point playing all these relays if he didn't. Not sure about 4 spades. Maybe 4 clubs. Can 4 clubs be key card? No, we 4 diamonds, 4 hearts. No, not really.
The original one club opener
was
I mean,
what?
the
4
original one
spades.
club opener was 2+.
Right.
And you're right, 2-0 is a balanced min.
And so they've reached the correct imp contract, and they won't know if this is good or bad. They're going to make 13. Well, actually, a diamond lead would let them make an overcheck here, right? Diamond lead would let them make 7. On anything else, they'll make 6. So 1370, and they won't know if it's a win or a lose or a tie, because it's going to lose to 6 now. It's going to win if there's only a game bid at the other tables, nickel and cats. So just don't know. At imps, I'd be delighted to be plus 1370. I wouldn't care if they get to 6
He's
no.
got 13 tops, hasn't he? He's got, I mean, he can rough a diamond in the dummy once the king of clubs falls. So he's
Oh,
got.
does he? Let's see. Oh, you're right. You're right. Take that back. He's going to make 7.
What's it on a heart? So
Right,
he's going to make
you're right. So 1390.
I agree. He won't know whether he's won the port or not, but he won't expect them to be in
1390.
7, as opposed to not
Correct.
not bid grands off the missing the king of trumps these days. That's
No, you won't be worried about that. So right, so he'll have 1390, and it'll be I don't know. What would I estimate on my 0 to 4 scale for 1390? I think I'd estimate 2 out of 4.
Yeah, he might be tempted on this heart lead, bang down the ace of clubs anyway, but even that, I mean, in 6, would he do that? It's not obvious. I mean, there could be a hard rough out is the problem.
Hi, can we switch to the other table? Because he's going to make 13 tricks no matter what.
Yes, whatever.
Okay, we're going to look at the other.
Well
they already bid it at the other table. All right, so why is there no results? The other table already bid 6 club. It bid their hand, right?
I don't know. I guess this is the other table. I guess there was a hiccup. Do you want to switch to the other one? See how.
I guess we can go back. Well, let's go back to where we were then.
Okay.
Let's just go back and watch. He'll claim very quickly. Wrong table. We'll watch him claim and see if the score comes in from the other table.
He might not claim. Boredom match. He probably should go for this diamond rough end.
Yeah, he's going to claim 13.
No, he doesn't quite have a claim. He needs to rough a diamond in the dummy end. And involves not getting over roughed when he tries to get back to his hand. So playing super.
Yeah, well, he's going to. Yeah, well,
I'm sure he'll make 13 tricks, but claiming them is not something.
Right. In a second, he's going to claim. Okay, so.
Second, he's going to cash the 10 of clubs and cross the king of spades. And if that gets roughed.
So something's weird with the system that even though they finished it at the other table, it's not showing.
What's he doing? He didn't cash the. I'm sure he cashed the 10 of clubs. The operator must have missed that.
Yeah. I think they'll just put in 1390 and get on to the next one.
Yeah, I've given him his.
Now, at the local duplicate, I'd be delighted with my 1390. I'd estimate.
Just a minute. How many grand slams are we going to get in one set? This is not fair.
Well, this one should be bid. You should be in 7 no here, though. I mean, it's
5 spades, 5 hearts is 10, and 3 clubs is 13, and 2 diamonds is 15.
well, you don't need the spades 3-3 though. So
No, I was just
7
counting.
no, right? Yes. Well,
I
clubs
was
could have
just
been
counting
3-3, and then there'd be
uncontrollable.
7. There'd be 17 tricks if clubs were 3-3. All right, so we have a
Exactly,
result on the
yes,
6
18
clubs,
tricks.
1390. What was the other table? 6 clubs, 1390, and
They were in 3
someone
no,
won.
making 7.
Okay,
Oh, wait.
so just bidding any slam was good enough. So as Katz and Nickel did not reach slam. Bad result for the Nickel team. All right, so will
Yes,
East-West reach 7 here? You would think so, but let's see. 20 opposite 15. You would think you're gonna something how you're gonna end up in 7. We gonna need some undos. Well, you can't make 7 spades from West.
that's true. I think the operator's probably a little bit behind, so he's trying to remember what the auction was rather than follow it. It looks pretty artificial. I mean, Beast seems to have started with well, I'm not surprised the operator lost it. I'd have
Well, that can't be.
wouldn't
3
have
no
had a
by
clue what it
East.
meant.
No. East is not settling for 3 now, so something's
No,
wrong.
I'm sure it's all artificial of some kind. And I'm not even sure that this is the actual bidding, but
So how would you bid this? Like if you didn't have fancy stuff, if West opens a strong no trump and you're East, do you have any good plans, David, in a natural system? I could transfer
well,
spades and then bid
I
3
can
hearts
transfer
showing
the
5-5.
spades a bit hard showing 5-5, yes.
Yeah.
Then the West hand has, I mean, 2-3 in the majors. What's it supposed to do? But I mean, it has a lot of top cards, but it doesn't know its partner's interested in a slam. Its partner might just be trying to bid the best game.
Well, I would
But I guess you've got
cooperate
such a
over.
good hand for hearts that maybe you could bid 4 clubs. If that agreed hearts, you could bid 3
Absolutely, yeah.
spades to agree spades. So maybe you'd just about be worth 4 clubs to agree hearts.
Right. Now
And
East could
then,
Blackwood, and then you'd need to know about the king of spades.
well, you would hope you had a way to show that 4 no trump if that were key card, 5, what's its hearts, I guess. And then whatever you play to ask about kings.
And the king of diamonds
Well,
is the
West would
first
actually
one
be in a
that pops
position to
up,
have
though.
West having 2 of them, I guess, and king 1 spade would probably just bid 7 hearts. Whether you'd know enough to bid 7 no trump. If you count 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you wouldn't know for sure. Not playing that vanilla that I've just been talking. If West had a way to show 2 kings, you might decide that he must have them to bid 7 hearts, and then you'd be okay. Meanwhile, this auction, I've absolutely no idea what it means. But it doesn't matter what I have any idea of. Question is, what do they know? 7 no trump was bid at the other table. I don't know if we can see how. Let me see what I've
Sachi
got.
Loria played the 2 spade bid to force 2 no trump, and then the follow-up explained what responder's hand was. But 3 no trump doesn't match what they used to play.
So Katz and Nichols started the way we suggested: 1 no 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts, 4 clubs. Exactly the auction we predicted, David. 4 clubs. West was worth that. Blackwood answer, and then what was 6 clubs by East? Over 6 clubs by East. West bid 7 hearts, and Katz did very well to go correct to no trump. So they actually, the first
Sure.
7 bids were the ones we said. That makes me feel good.
Yep. And then, well, I mean, I guess maybe they play 5 spades or something else, 6 clubs. Maybe he was just showing what he had and asked partner to bid 7, and partner who had well, ideal cards, king one spade, great holding. Jack 10 of hearts, stir off a spade high if need be. Had a clear 7 heart bid, but I agree with you. Krafgatz did pretty well to convert that to no trump. He needed to. He needed to push the board.
This is a claim at chick one. Doesn't matter how anything splits. So well done to push this at 7-0. I would say, oh, if this board's going to be played, what, 20 times? I would guess 7-0 at less than half the tables would be my guess. Happened to.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if everybody did it.
Swoop in on another match here, and you know, 7 hearts, I could see, you know, at the local duplicate, you if you bid and made 7 hearts, you'd get a near top. But at this level,
well, this is more awkward. I'm not sure what 3 clubs shows, but if it shows 5 hearts, I guess. Well, no, then West wouldn't bid 3 no trump. So there's some artificiality going on here that might actually be more complicated than natural stuff.
you could see that in this match. Look at board 26 on the right side, 6-0 trump was bid and made. So that 1390 we saw, 6-0 against 6 clubs in this match, 6-0s. So they would have lost the board, Cementa and Versace, for their 1390. This was their teammates, but they won the board when Nick Longcats bid 3-0. They would have lost against 6-0.
Mm-hmm. So 2 hearts showed spades, 3 clubs was, I mean, I think it's just been described as game forcing. Well, I can see why Eastwood forced the game, but I don't know what else it showed, whatever it showed. Kalesnik puts 3 no trump over it, and now, well, I guess it would have to be, but I'm a little bit in the dark as to the methods.
It must be forcing. I mean, how could he bid 4 hearts with a 20 count if it wasn't forcing? So we don't have the result at the other table of this match, right? In the nickel match, it was pushed at 7-0. In this match, we don't have a result yet on the other table.
Well, at this match, the
auction there it is. So they are in 7-0. Can you scroll up one? Oh, that's some artificial auction. All right. So let's go back to the table we're watching. It looks like they're the other table. It looks like they're a long way from reaching 7-0. I'm gonna be surprised. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like they're a long way from knowing how these hands fit. I don't think they've, you know, the auctions we watched at the other table, it's like everyone was describing what they had and had a nice auction to reach 7-0. Here, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't seem like East West have homed in on the issue.
No, without knowing exactly what 3 club shows, in addition to being game forcing, it's hard to say what on earth the rest of it is, but I mean, well, good. There we go.
Well, I suppose if you're East and your part opens 1-0, you could just bid 7-0 opposite 2 aces. That's one way to look at it. But I'm not impressed by the auction.
Well, it depends.
All right. So this will not get played out. They will claim a chick one.
Anyway, the play was not a problem, and 3 to go of this morning session. What time is it in Atlanta? I guess it must be
1:46.
Getting on for 2 p.m., something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll need to break for what? For an
We'll have a
hour or
little
so.
over an hour, a little over an hour
Okay.
break for the pairs that's playing all day today. But usually the pair that plays all day today, if they qualify, that pair sits out tomorrow afternoon. The pair that played all day today.
Mhm.
Unless they're four-handed. This is a tough event to play four-handed.
Yeah, no kidding.
I can't even commentate four-handed. I'm already my brain is fried. And I'm hungry.
Yeah, it must be.
I missed lunch.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the commentators
That's a
eat while
shocker.
they're commentating. I don't know. I don't like to do that. I don't want any food
No,
in my
no, no, no,
teeth when
certainly
I'm
not.
commentating.
Not a slammer, no. Okay,
Zia
that's
would
in the
probably have a glass of Zia would probably have a glass of wine with him when he's doing this.
definitely, definitely.
That I
Must
can
be time
see.
for one of those, I reckon. No, I think my dinner may be ready, I'm not sure. We just did another slam, but that's in the German Bridge Federation. Vereins.
Well, while we're waiting for the
Semi-final of
final
the.
three boards here, I just want to thank certainly Jan Martell for all the behind the scenes work to put this together, and Al for your help with the commentary, and of course Kai for being at the technical controls there and even sticking in a bridge comment or two. So thank you to all you people.
Yeah, definitely. It's been. I mean, I haven't seen a presentation like this. Must have taken a lot of technical wizardry to put it all together.
And of course, thank you,
So
David. I
yeah,
enjoyed
not a
commentating with
no,
you.
great pleasure. Really, it's been fun. And yeah, so thanks to Kai and to Jan and Al and others who've put in comments. Andrew Gumpert's has been watching and making his usual salient points. Can anybody make a slam on this board? No, it seems a bit unfair, really. I feel you've been robbed of your
So
entertainment.
West is heavy for a white on red preamp, but what the heck, sometimes they do you. I'd rather
Yes.
have not have that king, all that stuff on the side, but what can you do? I'd still open three clubs. South open three spades and North has to decide whether or not to raise. The rule of thumb for North, I think North will raise. I know it looks strange to double and bid again, but when South bids three spades, it's a pretty wide range. And I use something called ESP. Jerry Helms taught me that ESP. Any idea, David, what that stands for?
Not in this
ESP.
context, I must say. I mean,
Expect 6 or 7 points. ESP.
oh,
Expect six
okay.
or
Yes, I was
seven
going to
points
say
from
the
South.
normal rule is that partners are supposed to have something. Yes.
So expect
Expect
six
6 or 7.
points.
Oh, right. Oh, excellent. Okay.
And he might have zero, but then it's his fault. If you raise to four spades and partner is zero, you blame your partner. But
Absolutely.
is your partner supposed to
Absolutely.
jump to four spades with something like this? No. So four spades is a good contract, certainly can go down with the king of diamonds lead, which has some merit. Without that king of diamonds lead, well, declare is going to presumably play ace and a trump. Heart spots are interesting. Those 10-9 coming down and somehow
He might
declare
cash ace king of hearts to pitch a
and then play the
diamond.
jack
I don't
and then
know.
play the
Then
jack of
play.
hearts.
He's
Yeah.
got
Oh yeah.
to.
He's king of
He's got to take
hearts.
a lot of tricks.
So ace king of hearts throwing a diamond. The 10-9 come down. And then maybe ace and a spade. It's not clear at all.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if he plays ace king jack of hearts, he's in tremendous shape. He may get over trick that way.
Well, after ace king of hearts, I would think he's going to go to the trump suit after the ace king of hearts.
Well, if he decides that from the fall of the cards that the heart suit is what it is, he might as well play the Jack of Hearts. But as you say, I don't see him necessarily doing it. But if he did do it,
Well, when he does, the alternative is to play West for Queen third. And play a low heart. The fact that West opened 3 clubs, is he more likely to have 10-9 low in hearts, or
he's got to
Queen?
get to his hand to play West for Queen. Oh, I see. You mean playing for Queen?
No, I mean after
Queen,
the Ace
yes,
King
okay.
and the 9
So Ace
falls,
King and rougher heart and play. Yes, I see what you mean. Okay.
or it's a question of whether West's third heart is the Queen or the other spot. So some restricted choice element to that. There's a
Yeah,
fact that he
definitely.
opened 3 clubs element. There's a lot going on here. Not to mention when he draws trump.
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything just by playing Ace King of Hearts and playing on trumps. That he needs to make something of dummies long hearts.
And so I
If he
think
plays Ace and a trump, East can win, and they can cash 2 diamonds, play another spade. I don't see what tricks he's got after that.
South here, we
The
lose
dummy
Eric
before he has
Greco.
to set the hearts up.
South's Eric Greco we could be here for quite a while. As I mentioned earlier, he's not the fastest player ever. So let's see, Levin and Weinstein are sitting out on the nickel team. So Greco and Hampson are going to be playing all 57 deals today.
Well, Larry, to speed things up, East West are Kit Woolsey and Bart Bramley.
Oh, right. So that'll make things go a lot faster.
Oh,
So.
God. Yeah, Bramley's a very slow
there we
player
go.
also. So we could be here a while. Do we know, can we look, let me see, I have another screen here, if they're in the same contract at the other table. Let's see.
I've got the other table up. It doesn't seem
Well,
like
I
they've
don't
done
seem
much.
to be in anything yet.
View graph operator might still be catching up. Am I playing too fast over here?
yeah, well, one of the problems for the view graph operators in this event is the tables aren't always finished, and they have to move to another table. It says three yards by north down 1. Maybe it went 3 clubs, 3-yard overcall.
Seems
I
reasonable.
must have done something because they moved on to board 29 if it went.
Do we want to go back to the other board or shall we stay
I guess
here?
so.
Yeah, let's watch them
we
play 4 spades since it's a full
see if
board at
Greco's
stake.
played a
Now
card
we
yet.
know.
Actually, I can tell you on my screen that he hasn't.
Yeah,
but,
all right. Well, let's go back to 28. So we know now a full board is at stake here. If he makes it, the nickel team, Hampson and Greco, will win 1 point. Oh, actually, it's not a full board. If he goes down, see, the other table was in 3 hearts down 100, right? So down 1, he'll actually get a half out of it. That's a nice position to be in. Heads you win, tails you tie.
Little does he know.
So did it go 3 clubs, 3 hearts at the other table? Let me see if I can figure that out.
I think it just got input. I don't see any auction at the other table.
Okay, so he finally is playing. He just, as expected, Ace King of Hearts throwing a diamond. Now he's got to notice that that 9 of Hearts is there, and now that might slow him down again.
In the other match, one West player opened 1 club, another one opened 4 clubs.
Well, with 4 clubs, I would surely double, and that would lead to 4 spades.
Yeah, they're playing 4 spades.
And over 1 club, I would overcall a heart. I don't think I'd end up in 4 spades. What happened after the 1 club opening?
Club,
Seems...
1 heart overcall, 2 diamonds, pass, 3 clubs, all pass.
The result in 3 clubs sort of irrelevant. It's just a question Well, not necessarily. 4 spades down 100, and certainly if 4 spades makes, it'll be irrelevant what happens in 3 clubs. All right, anyway, ace, king of hearts, and that 9 has slowed him down again. Ace of spades. And now the jack will slow him down. All these things West is playing is going to slow Declare down.
Yes, he played the ace of
So
spades a bit
now-
quickly after the second round of hearts. I think I don't see how he can make from here.
Well,
I mean, he
jack
can't,
of
he can't,
hearts.
even if he runs the jack of hearts now, we still just cover it.
Oh, he
And,
can't get back to
he
right.
can't get back to
If
the
he
dummy, he
plays,
can't ruff a club.
right.
So, I mean, this is,
So Wolsey gets to make a discard here. You would think he'd want to, if they play odd even, that would show diamond. I would say I don't like clubs and I like diamonds. That would be perfect. If it's upside down attitude, it would just say I like clubs. Strange diamond to play from. Oh, I know why he played the 8 of diamonds, because he wants his partner to. He wants to look like he doesn't like diamonds so that he can get his partner to play a club to overruff the. He wants to overruff the dummy. So if he played a low diamond, that would mean like he wants more diamonds. Playing this highish one is kind of like saying, partner, I'm just trying to get you in to play another club so I can overruff the dummy. That's what he wants here. Not that he needs it on this layout.
East West discards are just upside down.
I wonder how he worked out his partner at the king of diamonds. So Wolsey's thinking, why did my partner lead a high diamond, the 8 of diamonds? And he figured it out by. Like I said, they didn't, as David analyzed earlier, they didn't need to do this because Declarer just couldn't handle it anymore. He didn't have the entries to set up the hearts.
no, I'm just
So
wondering.
down 1 and a push board. Push board.
Yes, he's only down 1. I'm
0.
wondering if he might be down 2, but no chance of that.
Is there an argument for Woolsey to continue the diamond, then diamond rough, and then club? This
Well,
way Hampson got
continues the
to
diamond. We'll continue
so
with
that
the
they
10 of
score
diamonds.
they score their 3 diamonds or 2 diamonds plus diamond rough.
No,
instead of below
Woolsey
club,
didn't
Declarer
have
had thrown it.
diamond.
Declarer had thrown a diamond. Declarer only had one
drawn
diamond
one round of spades.
Declare through the diamond on the small club.
earlier.
Yeah, but
Well, no,
Woolsey
but he
didn't
threw
have
one from his hand. He only had one left in his hand. He was only going to lose one more diamond. He only had one more diamond. He threw one on the ace king of hearts from his hand.
the thing was that Declare cashed the ace of spades, so Woolsey didn't have anything to rough a diamond
missed
with.
that?
Okay, so this is a strong club, a precision club. And I think the 1 heart is like a balanced game force. Is that maybe Al can tell us?
8 to 11, not 5 or more spades.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, it can be
so-
some unbalanced stuff, as I recall. But it mustn't have. Yeah, that's right, Al. It mustn't have long spades. Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 hearts
So
is just natural.
You can see the other table reached 4 hearts from the more normal north side, and What about a trump lead? Trump lead. I guess with the ace of clubs, right? So I'm trying to stop that diamond roof.
Yeah, because that would stop the king of spades being a trick as well. So trying to stop that diamond rush looks like a pretty good idea.
Trump lead. They give up, say they give up a diamond, another trump. They give up a, I think a heart lead might set 4 hearts, right? Well, you could play the singleton club up. They have to take that. And you can get the dummy with the king of spades to throw 2 diamonds. Well, does your little double dummy thing, David, show that? Does it heart lead beat 4
I
hearts?
very rarely use the little double dummy thing. I try and work it out myself. It looks as though, but I think that's right. I don't see how you can make on a heart lead. They did make it the other table. I don't know whether they got a heart lead and I'm wrong.
Well,
They
this
should
is a
have been in
good,
three.
this is a lead out of turn auction. West has to know that he's on lead. So it's West who has to find the heart lead.
Of course, if they'd been in 3-no trumps, none of this would have happened. I think 3-no trump is makeable, whatever the defense.
All right, so this will be a push at 620.
But it would lose to 4 hearts, of course, if the defenders were careless enough not to lead hearts. I think that's right, but I'm not prepared to check it with the double dummy thing. Just hang on. North South can make 9 tricks in hearts. There we go. And 9 tricks in no trumps. So there you are. If you play all hands in 3-no trump, nothing bad ever happens to you.
I don't believe that Romley played third hand.
I was going to say that.
Okay.
I mean, it may not matter, but it's a hell of a play.
All right. So declare has to lose the 2 diamond tricks here. The king, queen of clubs are useless. So flat 620. So I don't know that East West could find a trump lead.
I still don't. He still can't get to his hand if he plays a heart now. I mean, he can get to his hand. He can
But he has the king,
spade.
queen of. Oh, wait a minute.
Can't.
He's got the king, queen of clubs.
I mean, I think that the defenders may still be all right. He can overtake the spade, but that just gives him 2 spades, 2 clubs, and 5 hearts.
I think you're right. So it's still going down. It didn't take a heart lead. Club lead and a heart switch. Because that 7 of hearts is not, you can't get to dummy in hearts. I think you're right. I think it's still going down.
Can't get to his hand in hearts. South's playing it, don't forget.
Right, he can't. Right.
You're right, it's a lead out of turn hand. But I don't see it.
Nice play by Brownlee. Nice.
Unless.
What are we missing?
I mean, can he somehow know West's got the ace of diamonds and this is what he has to do.
Very nice. Well, he knew he had the jack 10 of spades, so he knew declare couldn't. Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of easier with this hand in the dummy. It's harder, much harder when the north hand's actually just concealed after an auction where something like 1 heart, 2 hearts, 4 hearts. It's not such an easy. I mean, it's a very, very difficult defense to find. You probably just lead the king of diamonds. I don't know. But with the north hand on the table, just pure fluke, just a consequence of the methods, then this defense is now not so difficult. And what can poor declarer do? Can play another diamond. He can trade, but is there some way that he can force?
Well, he can play another diamond now, and then run everything and hope for a squeeze, or the jack 10 of clubs could fall. From his point of view, he's not down.
That's his only real shot, is that he can somehow take 3 clubs two
Or a
spades and
squeeze.
5 hearts. Or play
There's a lot
his
of
queen.
potential squeezes.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he
he
can't
plays
play
a
his queen
diamond
first and throw
now.
somebody with a diamond.
No, but he plays a diamond now. They return a heart, and he runs the hearts, and there's tons of squeeze potential because the opponents have to keep, well, ace of spades, queen of spades. He's kind of committed to overtake that though.
Yeah, it's just that he
So
doesn't have entries.
yeah, so it's not really a squeeze. There's really no good squeeze position. I think he's down to hoping Jack 10 third of clubs
I think
folds.
that's his only play. Will he go 2 down doing that? Not that it matters. No, he won't. He'll make his nine tricks: 2 spades, 2 clubs, and 5 hearts.
Right. So my talk about squeeze is sort of nonsense because
Well, he always look for something. I mean, Greco's looking right now for something. What the heck can be going on? What could be going on?
he needed to have that 10 of hearts instead of east.
There's only one thing that could be going on, and that's that the same hand has no more diamonds. Jack 10 9 tight of spades. That would do it.
No, Jack 10 9 tight of spades doesn't help him.
No, it wouldn't. No, even that's not good enough. It's still a loser. I don't think there's a layout.
Oh, I know a layout. How about cash the ace queen of spades, exit in diamonds, and hope. Yeah, but that's insulting the defenders that they're stuck in on lead, like with the ace of diamonds, they would have unblocked.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to do but hope. But I don't. I mean, obviously West can't possibly throw a diamond. That's nonsense. And as far as throwing anything else,
Well, you can throw the ace of diamonds.
yes, he could do that. Yeah, he might as well do that, I suppose. Well, I mean, he needs to keep a guard to the clubs because otherwise the cleric could overtake the king of spades. But I mean, could win the second spade in his hand and cash clubs. So West does need to keep a club guard.
Well, West maybe will have to throw his ace of diamonds. He certainly doesn't want to keep single an ace of diamonds. And if South somehow
No, that's true.
read
Yeah,
that.
okay. Just is there anything? I mean, he can throw a club on this trick, but then, I mean, yeah, he's going to have to pitch his ace of diamonds at some point. He can't leave himself with that.
Well, only if declarer reads the position. Well, now declarer didn't even keep diamonds, so it's some point.
Hmm.
Well, he's
Well, now he can throw any
if
diamond.
he had played right. If well, he's throwing the ace of diamonds anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure he knew the position, but just checking. Anyway, well done by Bart Bramley. A trick 2 there, but as I say, it was a little bit unlucky that the methods put the north hand on the table, which is pretty rare. And poor old Jeff Hampson, he might find himself the only guy in the whole field to go down in 4 hearts, and everybody's going, "What happened there?"
Well,
Well,
And very nice defense.
yeah, well done by Brownlee.
Final board.
Oh, no,
Yeah, well,
Southampton.
thank you again, everyone, and just managed to find us here. I don't know how many found us, but so pass a spade in third seed, and North has a choice. He might try a very sexy one no trump overcall or a normal two heart overcall. North South certainly can't be happy about the first two results this round.
Well, volunteered one no trump at the other table after pass a spade, and South followed.
North open overcalled 1-0 at the other table, you said?
Oh, they were called a no trump.
That's cute.
South,
I kind of like it.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of flawed in the sense that it's a minimum and off shape and everything, but it's not as if two hearts is absolutely the bee's knees either. So, I mean, two hearts looks about the only real alternative you can't pass.
I think he's going to buy it here. I wouldn't bid with South. Yeah, West has the wrong shape to reopen. So the other table got to 3-0 with a 1-0 overcall. So it looks like Hampson and Greco are going to win this board, assuming two hearts doesn't go down two. Hard to see that.
Hearts might even make four.
As long as it makes at least 7 tricks, they win the
I was
board.
going to say, yes, if he goes down two, then he really has not been having a good day. Yes, he's going to make, let's see, I guess would be 11 tricks, but at least that's the number I think he has available if he could see all the cards.
Wow, that's a lot. I'll take under on 11.
Well, I mean, given that he only needs, let's see, he needs 7.
Yeah.
That's not terribly exciting seeing whether he can make that many. I mean, South at the other table produced 2 clubs over 1 no trump, and North responded 3 clubs to that. I don't know what that meant. Maybe it showed 5 hearts or something, and South been 3 no trump and hoped, but
What was the lead against 3-0?
well, I mean,
Spade lead.
having said that, I'm trying to work out why you wouldn't make.
Did he slate a club? I mean, you think the
anyway.
defense has to get clubs
Oh,
going.
you'd probably. I don't know. Let me see if I can see. Where am I? Oh, that's
3-0 down 2 is a very poor result. I mean, if the defense doesn't lead clubs, you're going to make a lot of no
jack. And Declare played a heart to the 9.
Oops.
Now I understand why he went down 2, but I mean, West had opened a spade.
Heart to a 9 is quite a big play.
I think that with this suit, King Jack 6, 4, 3 was a Queen 9. Your percentage play for 4 tricks is lower than 9.
Yeah, but you
It's
see,
like, it's like Ace King 5th opposite Queen 10. Your percentage play is lower than 10.
Yeah, but you have the diamonds in reserve. You want to like get a couple of hard tricks in the bank and then switch work on diamonds if you're in no trump, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
the
they're going to
defense
shift
isn't
to
going to know
clubs.
to shift to clubs.
I mean, I don't say it was the right play on the hand as a whole. I know it's the right play in the heart suit. If your life depended on making 4 tricks in hearts in 3 no trump, you'd play heart to the 9 because that's how to play, especially when East has 2 spades and West has 5. So I don't blame him for doing that. Whether it was the right play on the hand, as a whole, that's, as you say, Larry, I mean, playing on diamonds and then, or playing a heart to the queen just to set up a couple of hard tricks that bound to shift to a club. So then,
well, not necessarily when you've overcalled a no trump. When you've overcalled a no trump and your hand's concealed, and dummy's got Jack 4th.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it was the right play in the suit, but maybe the wrong play on the hand. All that can be said is it didn't work, which was just as well for the nickel team. Otherwise, they'd have been losing a board instead of winning it.
Well, you might get your 11 tricks here in 2 hearts, right?
I'm trying to. I was trying to see how he's doing it two hearts. I mean, once I found out that as long as he didn't go more than one down, he was going to win the board.
I think
thought
he's
I'd
going to
have a look
lose a
at
trick
3-0
at
trump
the end.
instead. Even so, I can't, to blame a man for playing heart to 9.
I think he's going to lose a trick
It's
in the
tough to
wash
do.
here. Oh no, there's a squeeze, black suit squeeze. I think he's going to make 11
I was going to
tricks.
say,
He's
isn't he
going
going to
to
be? Yeah, that
draw
was what I was
trump,
thinking.
10 of diamonds, king ace, jack of diamonds, and West is squeezing the black suits. 11 tricks. He's going to be so happy about that 11th trick, and it's worth the same thing as the 10th, 9th, and 8th and 7th.
Oh, I see. I was thinking he just had 11 top tricks, but that was because I was counting. What was I counting? 4 diamonds, 4 hearts, 2 clubs, and a spade. But I'd forgotten there were some issues with the communications for all of that. If West won the ace of hearts and returned the queen of diamonds, of course he couldn't do that.
Well, also the diamond spots. He let every double dummy. You can take 4 diamond tricks, but not once you squander the 9. But yeah,
king
he's going to take 11 tricks.
He's going to make 11 anyway. Not the 11 I thought he was, but that was because I hadn't spotted the diamond spots properly. No.
According to this, the king and queen of clubs are gone anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what's happened, but as I say.
Yeah. Anyway, 11 tricks.
He made the 11 he was entitled to, sort of.
He would have liked one of those tricks on the board 28 or 29.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well.
No other tables to go to.
Nothing left. All right. Well, thank you again, Jan, Al, Kai,
thanks everyone.
David.
Yes,
everyone.
It's been fun. Very nice presentation. Good to be able to see all the matches and chop around.
In 70 minutes, 70
we'll
minutes,
together.
Someone will be back.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to end.
What am I in? I'm in a Zoom meeting. If I leave out of it, is it the same meeting, do you know, Kai, when I come back, or is there some other link?
I'd ask Jan for that. I'm not completely certain if it's the same one or not.
Okay, I mean, I may not know. You've got sounds as you've got plenty of people for this afternoon, so.
David, it's a new link.
Okay.
Let me check the email.
I mean,
I'll send you the link, David.
You got loads of people.
In case you want to come back.
Huh?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Kai. Thanks, David.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Right.